I didn't say that. Yeah, I did.
That's all. I'm going to be calling the agenda meeting, the April 30th agenda meeting to order. Before we start, I would like to respectfully ask you to join me in a moment of silence for the 4 law enforcement officers who lost their lives yesterday in Charlotte, and for their families, as well as the other 4 officers who were shot and their families, and for those officers throughout our country who have been shot lately. If you would, please. Thank you. At this time, Ms. Bowie, would you please call? Oh, perfect timing. There she is, Ms. Walker.
Beat you.
Would you please call the roll?
Good afternoon. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Hugh McManus.
Present.
And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Thank you. At this point, we'll have our invocation.
Hello, my name is Sam Nolan, and I am on staff at Port City Community Church, and I'm going to be leading us in a beginning prayer for today. So bow your heads with me. Lord, we just thank you for today, Father. We thank you for a chance to be in this space, Lord, for this meeting today and for these people that are in attendance, Father. God, we thank you for an opportunity to just serve students and families in Hanover County. God, we give this meeting to you. We just pray for just wisdom to discern which choices need to be made, Lord, and which things to go after for the health of our schools and the health of our teachers, Father. God, we just thank you that we get to do this every day, Lord. We get to serve families in our city, Lord. God, and we just thank you for this meeting, and we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And I was unable to ask Ms. Walker if she would lead the pledge, but she's here, so.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Our next item of business is the approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second? Yes.
I noticed that Head Start, when you're working on there, and I don't know if you should do that. Do you want to do that for the resolution, or do you have to get?
It's on there.
It's on there.
It's on there.
Okay, when I'll turn it over, then I'll go get it.
Yeah, it's on there. Yeah, it's on there. Yeah, C, committee reports.
Yep. You're welcome. Is there any other discussion? Yes, Ms. Craybill?
I don't know if this is the right place to add it, but I didn't know where else to do it. Can we add, well, when we get down to 3 proposed agenda items, when we're going through each one, can we add at this time a presentation about generative AI? We're going to be discussing it, my understanding, at the next policy committee meeting, and I think that the whole board should know more about what our AI program and plan is before the policy committee gets it, so that if anybody has things that they want to add. So so where would I bring that up? It's not on this agenda because we don't have it under information.
So you're saying basically when we get into the next week's agenda, you would like to add that?
Yes, but
Okay.
I didn't know if I needed to sort of heads it up here,
No, I think
or
it'd be
just
good
get,
when we're going through it, you can make
Add
that-
it there? Okay.
As soon as we start that section.
okay, and then another
That way,
question.
so you have a week to prepare, so you're not,
No, I wasn't expecting it like right this minute.
The group, there's a group that works together to
create our plan for our district. It's not ready yet.
Okay.
So I don't think I'd want that to be completed before I actually share it.
Okay.
So I'm not ready to do a presentation on it right now, on our plan.
Yeah, probably next month. Is that-
Do you think it would be by next week, or do we need to put it closer to the policy committee meeting?
No, she said it's not going to be ready next month.
Yeah, the group that's working on the plan, I actually gave them, because of the time of the year it was, actually into the summer in order to finish it.
Oh, okay.
Because it's
So we're not gonna
it's a
hear it
group of people in all different departments and schools and stuff, so I gave them additional time.
Okay, so then we can talk about it later, because I think it's premature to have it on the policy committee
Probably.
if they're not even ready to talk to us about it. Okay.
Yep.
And then the other thing I wanted to ask, is it possible that we move the MetaGeek contract up into the information today, instead of having it as a standalone by itself on May 7th? MetaGeek is item 16 on the policy, on the committee, on the agenda for the regular meeting. And it looks to me like it's just a contract, so it probably could easily be in information so that we can vote on it as a consensus item. Is there a reason why we have that separate?
It's under consensus. It's K.
That's okay.
It's changed, okay. It has changed since when I looked at it this morning, so.
All right, any other discussion?
For the general,
Well, for
Yes.
today's.
for today, no, I got things for the other meeting that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we have first and second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Passes 7-0. Carrying on, we will start on that list. I'm going to get my pen out here. All right, call to order.
Are you wanting me to keep time, or are you?
Oh,
is
yes,
Ms. Brad
please, I'm
doing
sorry,
that?
yes, I had that in my mind to say that and forgot to bring that up. Please, Ms. Crable, if you need time. Call to order, roll call, approval of the agenda, 5 minutes. Invocation, presentation of color, again, please stop me if you need to. Presentation of colors, national anthem. Who would like to do the pledge next week?
I'll do it.
All right, Ms. Bradford. PB, Pledge of Allegiance. All right, then we have the approval of the minutes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would like to add a 5-minute question and answer time for the school safety committee for you to tell us where we're moving forward on that.
Okay. What, could I do that under my,
Yes,
my board, I'll make sure I have safety
yes.
committee. That'll be under board's chairman's report. I'll put that in there.
And one more,
Go ahead.
can we have 2 minutes for the climate survey, where we are with that
And
next
Ms.
week?
Walker and I were supposed to talk, and we never connected, so yes, we can talk before and then go. But if you wouldn't mind for next week, would you do that? Yeah,
That'd be great.
Where are we going to put that under?
Let's
old
put that under
business?
under old business, you're correct, old business.
And this, to be clear, this is the climate survey that we are
Right.
putting out there, not the teacher working condition survey.
That's correct.
And Mr. Chairman?
Let's go ahead and
Yeah.
just give us the time on that. Let's say
2
10
minutes?
Well, she said 2, but let's, does the
Should we-
board ever?
Do you need 5,
Go to
Ms. Walker, do you
5?
need 5 minutes?
I would say 10.
Yeah.
Can we go to 10? Let's go to 10. Let's go to 10.
Let's go 10.
I'd rather go to 10 and say, look, we're out 10 minutes early than the other way around.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity, is it we're voting on the climate survey next meeting, or
I
we're
think
just
we're just
discussing
getting-
it further?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Because I just want to make sure I can see all the questions prior to us voting on it. So if we're just having a... Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But do you have the list of questions today you can share with us? Okay.
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 So we'll get an update. Basically, we'll get an update.
Next week.
Yeah, good point. Okay, and that'll be under old business, and we'll allow 10 minutes, and if it's more. So, okay, back up to the top, we are at the recognitions.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am?
regarding the climate survey, a couple of months ago, I had asked for the unredacted version of the other climate survey, and I'm not aware that we ever got it. It could have been hidden in the board memo, and I missed it, because there's a lot in those things, but did we get it?
What could we get?
You mean the one that we did
2 years ago.
2 years ago in December?
I have a copy of the redacted version that I'd asked in a meeting, and we all said yes. I think it was closed session, and I'd like to see the unredacted version of that, especially before we do this next, before we dig into this one.
Mr. Gravella, would you mind? Okay.
You send it to all of us, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Because 4 of us have that already.
I never, just before I read, I never got the unredacted. I mean, I got it on paper, but I can't, there's no way in the world I can find it 2 years ago.
Recognitions, 10 minutes. Dr. Barnes, is that going to be good? Okay, thank you. Student voice, 10 minutes. Teacher voice, also 10 minutes. Dr. Faust, superintendent report, 5 minutes. I'll do mine in 5 minutes and add the safety committee discussion in there. Call the audience to 60 minutes. Consensus items, and again, if you have a question about anyone, please stop us and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I had a question. These are all the same things that we had last time, too? I thought we voted on most of these last
We
time.
voted on all but one that Ms. Brinson hadn't, but
Right, that's what I thought. So
Which
I
one
I
was
went
that,
back
Ms.
to look.
Brinson?
And it looks like we approved all of these, except for, I thought it was the VM Fusion Pro software, maybe?
No, it was the number B.
The domain, yeah, it was one of yours.
It was B.
yeah.
So we voted on the rest of them already?
Whatever was on last month, yes.
So that was, let me look at a lot of these.
I got it.
We have the,
We voted on professional development, network solutions, Hoggard High bid, New Hanover bid, surplus property. There was a budget amendment, I don't know if it's the same one as this one.
Yeah.
The innovative, Wilmington Early College.
So these are different.
Yeah, these are different.
This is different. It's
Okay.
different. Okay, so VM.
Well, I have no questions. I didn't read them because I thought that they were all last time. So I may have a question, but
Okay. Well,
probably not.
VM Fusion Pro software. Any other question on that? No. The Dominion, or domain, excuse me, name contract, MOU with Western Governors, MOU with the YMCA Southeast, Southeastern North Carolina After School, MOU with YMCA, YWCA for the swim safety pilot. Any questions? Okay. MOU, go ahead.
is the swim safety pilot, that's increased. That's something that we've done, that we're just increasing more campuses. Is that a correct understanding? I'm trying to pull it up right now, sorry. Or is that something different?
That's just to have it ready for next school year.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Okay. MOU with University of North Carolina Chapel Hill for physical therapy intern. Contracts purchase report. Budget amendments, capital outlay fund project transfer. Software contracts extending into fiscal year 2025. And MetaGeek contract. Okay.
Now, are we going to talk about MetaGeek today or next week?
If you have a question,
I'd like to know.
now's the time.
Maybe a little more? Ms. Geek? My brain's trying to get to which one it is. Give me 1 second, please.
So that's the software program that our network staff team use to monitor the wireless network. So when there's an issue at a school with our wireless network, they go in with that tool, and it allows them to kind of see the signal that's going out and do some testing and stuff to kind of identify the problem.
Mr. McManus?
Is that the same program that identifies by words, maybe a sequence of words or sentences? Or
I'm sorry, say that again?
is that monitored just by visual? Because one time we talked about a program where key word, you said gun or pistol or bird.
Yeah, no, this program is for, it's basically, it's the network signal, so it's the signal, it's, yeah.
I didn't hear you.
So I thought I read in there, when I was reading through the contract, that all phone calls are recorded? That any call that we make, that anybody makes within the school system, they're recorded?
How would that work?
Okay, well, I'll find it in here, because that's what, I jumped out at that, and I'm like, recorded and monitored, so that's why I was just wondering, okay. All right, I'll look for
That
that.
says this website It does, and on the sixth page, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, on the sixth page of that contract is what she's referring to, Ms. Brinson. Monitoring and telephone calls. It says telephone calls using the telephone number provided on this website and email correspondence with MetaGeek at the email address accessible through or discernible from this website may be recorded or monitored.
Yes, that's when people are calling MetaGeek for tech support or service. Those are the phone calls that could be monitored and recorded.
Okay, so calling them for support?
Correct.
Just like they always tell you that when you call customer service?
Correct.
We may do that to make our program better?
Correct.
Yeah. Yes, quality assurance purposes, okay. Okay.
Any other questions for any of the, 14? All right, on to 15, policy consensus. Ms. Mason, 10 minutes?
Not even.
We're gonna need like
I would
one,
say like
like
maybe
five, yeah.
five max. They're just policy changes from the NCSBA spring updates. And one of the policies removed a section. And so because it removed a section, there's a policy that we need to take out because it doesn't apply anymore. So I'd say five.
You guys are setting me up, aren't you? Only 5 minutes and, okay.
It's 5 minutes.
We'll move to 5, okay.
It's not going to be more than 5.
Ms. Bradford?
Skipping all the way back, I don't know if anybody read the minutes, but half of them would open and the other half wouldn't. The 326 and 312s wouldn't open again.
They're still swirling.
Okay, thank you. Carrying on, so 5 minutes for policy. Old business, we now have a climate survey, which will have 10 minutes. New business, legal services, I would say probably at least, let's go with 15 to be safe. Because we will be voting at that, basically we'll be voting at that point, we'll discussion and voting, so.
Can we leave 20? I
go
think it's
20.
going to be a little more than that, or maybe let's just leave it at 15 and we'll see, because it should be, okay.
I think 20. We just said 5 on the last one. Lay that down there. Closed session, I have kind of warned everybody, but in case you don't know, our closed session today is going to be lengthy, so we may have to use that one if we carry some stuff over until this week instead of having quite a lot on our closed session for today. Correspondence, 10 minutes, announcements, 5 minutes, and then adjournment. So any questions, any concerns on anything at this point? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, sold. All right.
So that's 180 minutes with no break. So like maybe 185 minutes.
Okay.
Like don't you usually give a 5-minute break between, right after call of the audience?
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, we'll carry on with today's agenda. Closed session. Okay, here we go.
We're already there.
All right, yep, all right. I call for motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143, 318, 11C for the following purpose: to prevent disclosure of information that's privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C 402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, to consult with the attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, including with respect to John Doe's 15 through 17 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, and to consider qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial appointment of an individual employed or considered for employment with the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Can I ask,
Ms.
I
Craven?
should have asked this back at the approval of the agenda, because I wasn't remembering that you said this was going to be long. Is there any way that anybody would consider moving closed session to the end so that we can, in the spirit of folks who are listening and the other folks that are here, because we're going to have to break in the middle of that, right, for the presentations?
We planned it.
Huh?
It's already planned.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the problem being is that.
I know that, that's what, but we're going to have to break when it's time for them to call.
Yeah, so
3
we
o'clock.
planned it for an hour. It's not.
Yeah, and I think that they're not going to be here for a while, so.
Okay, 40 minutes.
All right.
We'll be here.
We'll get
All in favor of going to closed session, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? We are in closed session. continue on with our personnel report. I would entertain a motion to accept the personnel report.
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second.
First and second. Oh, nobody can hear me. My goodness. We have first and second. Any discussion about the personnel report? If hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Passes 7-0. Moving on to information, we have financial literacy.
I would like to introduce at this time Mrs. Sarah Stone, and she will introduce her team. But Mrs. Stone and Excite Credit Union will be providing our students at Freeman with the opportunity to do some seed money and start learning about financial literacy and banking. So Ms. Stone is here, and she will tell you about this program. It will be the first one in the state of North Carolina. Excite Credit Union does it in California, but we will be the first ones in North Carolina.
Well, thank you so much for the introduction. I hope the clicker works. So my name is Sarah Stone. I'm the Vice President of Retail Experience at Excite Credit Union. I have a couple of my colleagues here behind me, just in case there's some questions about the Step Up Savings account. But I know I have limited time, so I'm going to go ahead and dive right in. So what we're offering to the Freeman students is what we call our Step Up Savings program.
Can you hold the microphone just a little bit?
Sorry, is that better? Sorry about that. Ooh, okay. All right. It says it's on. Okay. Sorry about this. Well, I can just let whoever is doing the PowerPoint know to advance the slide. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So a little bit about what it is. So this is a unique children's savings account that we created to help accelerate savings and thereby encourage more children to attend college. And so how we, or why we created this account is based on some research that shows that children who have just $500 in savings are 3 times more likely to attend college, and once in college, 4 times more likely to graduate from college. So, so this was our tool to help encourage that. Okay, so how does it work? So how do we accelerate savings? We make the initial $50 deposit. We do not require the family or the student to make any initial deposit. Of course, if they want to make a deposit, they're more than welcome to, but it is not required. So that removes one of the barriers to starting a savings. Every year, we will match up to $25 in deposits, so until the child turns 18. We also do additional milestone deposits of $25 that are not based on matching. These are just deposits that we make to the account at the 5th, 10th, 15th, and 18th birthday. And it does earn a higher interest rate, so a higher return on the account at 5%. This, of course, could change, but... Oh, sorry. So interest rates, of course, can change, but this has been the same for quite some time, and we always intend for this account to have a higher earning interest rate because of what it's designed to do. And I know it's a little bit small on the screen, but this chart is really just to demonstrate what the earning potential of this account could be. There's some assumptions baked in here, so this assumes that the family does make the $25 deposit every year and gets the match every year. But you can see, if the account is started in the first grade, it only requires an investment of $300 over the years of that account, so $25 each year, and that ends up being a little over $1,000 for the child. Of course, if more funds are put in the account, if they make additional deposits, at 5% interest, that could grow much more. This is an exclusive account, so we do not offer it broadly. We really want this account, the way it's designed, to be available to people it benefits the most. We currently do offer it to some select community partners, so Wilmington Housing Authority, the residents, their families, Coastal Horizons, their clients, the families of the clients, and now we will be offering it to Freeman Elementary and all of the students at Freeman Elementary. Other benefits, so financial literacy was mentioned. One thing that we do have at Excite, which is beneficial for this, is we can offer on-site account opening, and we can take in deposits. So removing another barrier in transportation to get to a ATM or a branch to make a deposit, we can actually come to the school on dates that work best. We also offer financial education to students. We can do that in a classroom setting, but we also can offer that to parents, and we can do that in a group setting as well, or we can do that on a one-on-one coaching basis. So some of the example topics, those are topics that are geared more towards children, but of course we have a larger array of topics if we also are extending that to parents. And so last slide, this is a mock-up of a flyer. It's not quite complete, but just to demonstrate the kind of communications that we can coordinate on. So we will work with the school to have any communication to help promote this account so that people can take advantage of it. We can do that through email, flyer, mailer, whatever works best. And we will work with the school to schedule the on-site dates for account opening and deposits. And that is all I had in my presentation, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Ms. Crable.
Yeah, this is awesome, so thank you for bringing this to us. I remember when my kids were in elementary school, we just opened up savings accounts, with mama's money. So this is very nice to have the community supporting. But a question I had, since Freeman is going to be one of our, community-based schools, can the siblings of Freeman students, like you mentioned, from birth, we don't have any, at birth, kids, in our school, but would their younger siblings be eligible for this program as well, as long as their older sibling remains a student there?
So we can offer it to the family as well, yes. So.
Great.
Ms. Barnhart?
Well, Sarah, it's so great to see you again. Seems like months ago we sat down and had this conversation and to dream about how you guys can help support our students, and we had talked about just kindergarten. So for you guys to come today and for it to say every single student at Freeman is going to get this account and this opportunity, this is game changing. I know one of the things that we had talked about is how can we continue to sustain this, is the intent with the foundation through Excite to start with all of our students at Freeman, and then the year after the kindergartners coming up, we'll also have that opportunity as well?
So right now we're doing a pilot with Freeman and kind of assessing how that goes, and then hopefully we'd love to see it open up to more schools in the school system as well. So
yeah, we'd love that opportunity. Thank you guys for being here today.
Thank you.
And you're doing this currently through, I think you said Wilmington Housing?
We do currently offer this, yes. So we have, so this account was designed, as stated, to benefit children who could benefit most from an account like this. So we offer it to select community partners where it makes sense. So the families at the Wilmington Housing Authority, Coastal Horizons, there's a number of others that we have partnerships with that we offer.
I'm curious, how do you deal with the skepticism that it's free? And I say that from a platform is, I did a webinar last night. It was free, and there was a free at the end of it. But at the end of it, there was a catch. You had to make this donation in order to get into the free. So you're dealing with people who are, maybe not as financially savvy as some of the other school children. How do you get over that hurdle to the skepticism of the free part?
Yeah, and that is something that, there's inherent mistrust with financial institutions, banks, just because of, the history. So that is something that we have had to overcome to make it clear. I think what we found is really being consistent, being available, showing really what our intentions are. There is no catch. There is no got them, now let's get them a loan or something like that. We really, we, as a credit union, we've emphasized doing good in our community. We become CDFI certified, so Community Development Financial Institution. We are a low-income designated credit union. This is something that we believe very strongly in, and so we do encounter that, but consistency, showing up, communicating, one-on-one conversations often. Yeah, I don't know if there's a silver bullet for that.
Ms. Mason?
I see it says deposit only. Is this similar to like a CD? And if parents or family members try and take money out, is there a penalty, or like how does that work?
So it is a deposit-only account. So it differs from a CD in that typically when a CD is opened, it's one lump sum that's put in for a period of time. We discourage withdrawals. There is a penalty for closing the account or withdrawing, but it is not that they lose any of their money. They just would lose the matches and milestone deposits if they did close it early.
Ms. Crabo?
And so if a student leaves Freeman, how, do they keep the same, they can keep the account?
Yes.
And then use it however they want to use it at that point, but they still can't withdraw from it?
So there are no withdrawals until 18. At the time they turn
Okay.
18, it converts to a regular account, and then they can use the funds however they want. But if they were to leave Freeman Elementary, the account is still their account.
Okay.
They still get all of the benefits of the step-up savings account.
Awesome. Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Stone and gentlemen, thank you very much for the presentation, and
Thank you for having
our
us.
school system. Thank you very much. All right, carrying on, we are going to be moving into our legal service presentations. First up is, I'll find that. Right one.
Mr. Waldebor, would you just please clarify the process that we're going to be using, timelines and such, so that everybody's clear?
Absolutely, we'll do that. First presenters will be Crosley, McIntosh, and Collier. We will be hearing presentations today, asking questions today. We will then be voting on this next week. And just again, I sent this out to everybody, but in case you didn't get a chance to look at it, we'll be going into this in order. Every member will have an opportunity to ask a question with a follow-up at that time. The orders will be Ms. Barnhart, Ms. Walker, Ms. Mason, Mr. McManus, myself, Ms. Craybill, Ms. Bradford. Then if we have time, we will continue to ask additional questions, but after that, we'll not have follow-up questions. You'll have basically two opportunities, the first go around, and then after that, one after that. So, gentlemen, if you would like to come forward, please. Welcome. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I am Attorney Brian Kromke. It's my pleasure to be here and to speak to the board today and make my proposal for legal services. I want to start by saying I know some of you personally. Miss Mason is a neighbor of mine, lives in Pine Valley with me. Miss Craybill, I play hockey with your husband Walt on occasion up at the rink. And Mr. McManus, we met when I was in my early 30s at a duck boat ramp off Highway 210, Shaw Highway. I ended up going to lunch, or maybe a brunch with you and your two buddies, and we talked dogs and ducks. I was swimming my Chesapeake Bay Retriever after an unsuccessful morning. I think at the time you were the principal of Topsail or Hampstead.
Topsail.
It's good to see you again, sir.
Have you killed a turkey this year? That's the important question.
I have not. My son killed 3, and I call for him. We've had a good year. We go to Georgia every year, and he's tagged out here. I've been fruitless myself. It's good to be here, everyone. I thought long and hard, what am I going to present here? I'm assuming everyone has a copy of my proposal. I have copies if someone doesn't. Who are we? Crosley, McIntosh, and Collier has been a law firm here in Wilmington for over 70 years. We're headed by our I don't want to call him our managing partner because I don't think we have anyone in charge over there. I say that in jest. Mr. Collier is our senior attorney, been here 70 years. We handle all kinds of civil work. Our firm does a ton of governmental board advice. Norwood Blanchard is an attorney behind me. I want to introduce him today. He may answer questions. if needed. We represent a number of local municipalities with respect to their boards, with respect to the work that arises in the course of being the government of Wrightsville Beach, Leland, Oak Island, Navassa, to name a few. All of us in our firm have practiced law for a number of years. None of us are green attorneys. Why do we fit as the board candidate to be the general counsel for the board? I think between the five of us, we cover all bases. All five of us are good communicators. I think the most important factor I'd like the board to take away from my presentation is that we are part of this community in Wilmington. All of us are fathers. I have 4 children. 2 are mine, 2 are my girlfriend's, and 3 of them are New Hanover County School students. I have a senior at Hoggard, a Winter Park Elementary 4th grader, and a Roland Grice 8th grader living with me. Norwood, behind me, has a daughter at Holly Tree Elementary in kindergarten. He has 2 sons, one from his own marriage, and then a new wife. So he has 2 sons that are seniors at Hoggard. Both of us have daughters that graduated from Hoggard. Andrew Hanley had 4 children that all went through New Hanover County Public Schools. Clay Collier had 3 children who went through New Hanover County Schools. Brian Eads, who I would say is our guru in governmental law, has a daughter at Ashley, okay? We are part of the community, and I think that makes it different than someone who might be coming from out of town to work here, as a job here. I live and breathe the schools at this point of my life. My son is, like I said, a senior. He's going to go to college and play soccer at Methodist. I attend everything he has been part of in his soccer since he was at Roland Grice, and now he's a senior. My daughter was in the band. I'm familiar with our how we instruct our kids from 6th grade on and teach them to be musicians. Been to all kinds of band shows. I'd like to say that I'm probably the only applicant who was at the Elementary School Science Olympiad recently with our 4th grader. So I live and breathe the schools. Most of the attorneys here in our firm are still doing that. They still are parents of kids who go to school here, and I think that sets us apart. I think what sets our firm apart is that we're a small firm. We're not a big bureaucracy. Norwood and I both worked at Cranfield Sumner, a large top 10 firm for many years, where we're experienced with a big entity. And to that extent, I want to talk about my experience as an educator. When I first moved to North Carolina and got out of the Army Reserves, I became a school teacher in Durham. I always wanted to be a school teacher. I always felt that was my calling. I was good with kids. I love kids. Loved everything about school. I really did. I was my class president. I was captain of the bunches of teams. And when I went to undergrad at Geneseo State in upstate New York, I knew what I wanted to be, and that was a school teacher. I taught for 2 years in Durham. I taught science at a school where all the lower education kids were sent. So these were 6th graders who, they weren't 11, they were 13 to 15. They had reading and math levels on 1st and 2nd grade levels, and it was a very chaotic year because that year, 96, 97, Durham County had combined the district with Durham City, and it was very chaotic. We had 2 principals of the school that year. Communities and Schools Academy at Holton Middle School was the name of the building. And they didn't know what to do with a lot of these veteran teachers and administration. So that year we had 2 principals. I lasted 2 years in that school. I wasn't happy as a young teacher. I didn't feel I had the resources to make a go at it. And I drove by NC Central every day, so I ended up going to law school. And I've been a lawyer ever since. I got my passed the bar in 2001. Central was a trip for me. I loved law school. It was a change. I was the minority there. Central's a historically black college, and being a minority for the first time in my life was rewarding. It puts you in a different set of shoes. I think that's something that I can say makes me fit to be the school general counsel. I think my experience as a teacher, provides realms of experience that you don't get unless you're a school teacher. My first cousin here is a Murray Middle School teacher. He coaches the girls' soccer team. He's coached the boys' soccer team. I have another first cousin that is a gym teacher at Roger Bacon Elementary in Brunswick County. So, like I said, I'm still living and breathing education through my kids, my family members, and for those reasons, I think I fit for this school. Now, what I don't have, what I wish we had as a firm, I wish we had a female partner, a partner of minority, in our employ. But we're small, we're growing, and it's something we recognize as our weakness and something we'd like to change over time. Sitting here waiting for y'all to get done with your meeting, I read through the strategic plan, and I got to put on my glasses to read that. I'm getting too old. And for what I can say about all these, academic performance, student safety and wellness, supportive environment for teachers and staff, equity, diversity and inclusion, family engagement and community partnerships. I lived and breathed that for 2 years in Durham, and what I saw, what we see in the news about education these days are the books that should or should not be pushed to our kids. But what I saw was a school district, Durham Public Schools, that we were feeding poor kids. We put clothes on them. We made sure they had a shower in the morning. We gave them counseling and health care because they weren't getting it at home. So what I want to emphasize is my own little vision about what a school district should be, and that's not just teaching ABCs. It's serving as family. We feed those kids, clothe those kids, educate those kids, teach them how to be citizens. And I don't think you get that experience unless you're a school teacher, unless you have kids in the district. At one point I was going to read all the schools I've been to here, but I mean, that doesn't make sense. I've been to most all of them in the course of all these years with sports and with my own kids going. My kids went to Coddington and then Cape CFCI. They went to Myrtle Grove Middle. One went to Roland Grice, and then we went to Hoggard. Norwood's children have been all over. All of our kids have been all over, and I think that puts us in a position to serve the board best. We're part of this community, part of the family that I feel the school is. And with respect to the lawyering, I feel fully confident I can handle anything that comes down the pipe. There's 5 of us at our firm. We've seen most every case, civil case that could come down. I recently argued a case before the Supreme Court, and we won for a local restaurant owner, the Harp, down here, the Irish Bar by Greenfield Lake, and had his case at the Supreme Court. We may not be the biggest firm in town, but I feel we are the most experienced, and I think I'm well suited to handle this work. I wish I had more experience sitting in board meetings, but Norwood and Brian Eads sit in approximately 10 board meetings a month through their work as government board attorneys. I don't see any challenge with it, meaning I feel we can learn how to do it. I might have to hold someone's hand for a few meetings, but I feel 100% comfortable getting up there at the board meetings with you all and dealing with the public. I thought it was very interesting. I got a few calls after we made this proposal, getting calls from citizens asking me all kinds of stuff. It was weird, but Norwood said, this is what you're getting into. And I said, that's fine. That's fine. I can deal with it. And to that extent, I feel we are capable to handle the school's work. My position statement or my proposal outlines, our fees are negotiable. It's just like every client. We negotiate our fees and find a fit that works for both the client and our firm. I'm happy to answer questions. I would say at the outset, if I don't know any particular answer to a question, I'd defer to Norwood, and if not, I'd defer to the books that I will go read and brush up on it before I make a position statement. But it's my pleasure to be here. I wish I had more time with all of you individually to answer questions, but I'll answer as many as I possibly can while I'm up here.
We'll start with Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned all the different areas and aspects, how a school operates, and I can appreciate that being a former educator myself. Tell me how that translates to education law in different areas. I mean, after serving on the board for just over a year now, seeing HR, we have insurance matters and specific regards to policy. That was one of the things that I would love to hear a little bit of elaboration about education law in the event that you might need some more resources. What does that look like for your firm, and how?
I'll use my children as an example. My daughter was AG, and my son had an IEP. He had dyslexia and dysgraphia. I understand the process of what a parent needs to do to ensure their child gets that IEP that they're needed. Okay, it was a give and take process at all of our schools. Sometimes I thought we felt resistance from the school district in dealing with our children's IEPs. But I think to answer your question, ma'am, I would look at everything on a case-by-case basis. I look at every child on a case-by-case basis, just like my two children are different. I'm sure every kid that goes through our school district is different, and you gotta look at each one of them differently. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Walker?
Come on up, Norwood. Norwood is here to answer
follow up
questions.
on that.
This is Norwood Blanchard.
You had mentioned something prior to, well, we used to work together, as I mentioned, at Cranfield firm, about 100 attorneys. I spent my first 12 years there. When I got out of law school at Duke and clerked with Cranfield and started in their Raleigh office. But my first job with them out of school was doing education, and I wouldn't say education, employment and civil rights work. Now, that seems like a strange mix, but our biggest clients were the Housing Authority's risk pool, NC HARP, School Boards Trust. We also did the League of Municipalities work. So for the board work, and as Brian mentioned, Brian Eads and I do board work for a significant part of our monthly work. I'd say 2/3 now, close to it, of my work is public sector. None of it is for the state. It's all at the local government level. Anything from, I'm representing kind of indirectly one school board now, Pender County. Actually, Brandon, who's coming up to speak to you next, and I are co-defending a lawsuit where a teacher was injured at work. So my experience with the education side of this, I'll admit, comes from the litigation work. And that's actually how I got involved in doing board work. I had a town of mine call 2 or 3 times because their board attorney had retired and they needed a replacement for it. So it's grown to the point now where I'm still primarily a litigation attorney, but I do board work for 2 towns. I'm the regular town. I was 3. I gave up Southport a year or so ago because it was too much work and I was driving, an hour each way. But Brian Eads, on the other hand, took the reverse route from me and was doing all litigation work, and now has shifted into where he's doing all board work and no litigation work. But his job is phasing out a little bit with Leland. They've hired an in-house attorney for him to train over the last couple of years, and that creates a little bit of extra space for them to take on a little bit more work. But those specific things, I heard you ask about insurance. Coverage disputes are things that come up all the time in litigation. I've done coverage work in the past. I got to tell you, I hate doing it because it's unbelievably dry. But I am familiar with that contract work. The board work that you see, purchasing, for example, how do you, are you allowed to dispose of property? What we see in Chapter 160A for towns or in Chapter 153A for counties is not different in any significant respect for school boards. Now, there's some differences that come in litigation and construction of schools, those large-scale projects like that. But I know that my experience in dealing with those, again, has been through the litigation side, catching it on the back end. You learn about it that way. But the mechanics of working at a board meeting, and I warned him about this, you guys see it. People come up here not because they're happy most of the time, they come to scream at you, rightly or wrongly. I don't know how people can be wrong all the time, but apparently you understand that as board members, that's what you get. You're wrong all the time, according to the people out in the audience anyway. So, a lot of your job as a board attorney is dealing with how do you maintain decorum in meetings, the public records requests, things like that. We deal with those every day. I got off the phone an hour ago with an attorney out of Charlotte who filed a public records request against one of my sheriff's departments. So it's not something that's that unusual. It's not specific to school boards. It's public sector work that you see everywhere else. And the employment-related work, I understand, we end up going through the OAH here for a lot of it, but I've done work there, and so has Brian Eads as well on those types of things. So there's a lot of carryover, and I'm sorry I'm going over on time here, but there's a lot of carryover between the different types of public sector work that you do. North Carolina's got the same constitution that applies to the school system as it does the town boards.
Mr. Walker?
Mr. Wildebohr, point of order. We have 1 minute left to go, and most of us haven't asked a question. So I respectfully ask that we allow at least everyone to get through with one question.
That's my plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
Hello. My question actually is, I said, we have learned from experience on this board how absolutely critical is that our legal services have experience in special education law, and I did not see any of that in your proposal. Can you address that, or do you feel...
Oh, sure. Like I said, I taught special education law in the late 90s at this school. At that point in time, I would say categorically North Carolina was not taking care of its special ed students like it should. At that point in time, Durham Public Schools sent everybody to the same school. And like I said, both of my children had IEPs and needed that. I understand the process. A friend of mine is Millie Lau, and I understand what she does for a living on behalf of the school system. Again, it goes back to a case-by-case basis. And, that same case, Mr. McPherson and Mr. Blanchard are involved in. I'm representing the parent who was actually sued by a teacher in Pender County because she advocated for her special ed student, a 14-year-old middle school student. So I have firsthand with that in litigation. I have not sat on the side of the board, the Millie Lau's side, but as a parent, I've gone through it. So to that extent, I hope it answers your question, ma'am.
Thank you. After Ms. Walker, Ms. Mason.
My question is actually in reference to Title IX. We know that there's new regulations related to that. What is your experience in the arena of Title IX?
Most of my experience in dealing with federal anti-discrimination law is not in the Title IX Act. It's Title VII. But equal protection is equal protection, and 1983 actions that deal with equal protection. One of the things, and I apologize about this, Brian had mentioned earlier that, we had we're open to discussing alternative payment arrangements. One of the other things about it, though, is that I thought you may be interested in a proposal to handle different aspects of this work with a different firm. One of the things I think about board attorney work, there are a lot larger universe of board attorneys around here locally that are competent and capable and cost-effective for doing board attorney work as opposed to the specialized, and I remember just a moment ago, you had asked about the work for IEPs and that type of education work. You may come out better and get the best of both worlds and save money by splitting those two things up, the specialized education work and the board work. So, and I'm sorry, I'm going away from the question you asked right there. I haven't had a Title IX lawsuit yet, thank God. But, you know, am very familiar with general employment discrimination, not that type, but again, equal protection is equal protection. You know, it's the cases on that are, the principles are the same, let's put it that way.
Mr. McManus?
My question would be for everybody, so I'll ask the question. Do you feel comfortable when you are representing a board, the hours you're going to spend, and the familiarity which happens with board members, that you can go against board members, which you think is in the best interest of the school system, versus we being an influence on you for what you decide to do?
That's a regular part of being a board attorney. I've been a board attorney, and I, you know, I'll tell you, I'm probably the least political board attorney you'll find. But one of my towns, I've done Navassa's work for 17 years now, 18 years, and I can promise you that there has not been a time when any of my board members over there have voted for the same person for president that I did. And we frequently have knocked heads in the past, but your obligation is to the organization, not individual board members. And one of the things that you find in this, I find myself always telling board members, I can't keep secrets. Now, if you want to come and tell me so-and-so is a jerk, I'll keep a secret on that, you know, that you feel that way about him. I'm not going to repeat that. But if it's something that deals with board business, wrong guy to go to keep secrets. And you know, when you're talking about that, about things that people disagree on, what the connotation there is that board members have conflicting opinions on. And sometimes, you know, all the board members' opinion is different from the board attorneys. You know, if you can't handle that, if you don't like doing that, wrong line of work. And it's not pleasant, don't get me wrong. You know, you never want to tell people, I hate telling people what they don't want to hear. But that's part of the job. Now, for a board like this, I'll tell you, Mr. Eads is a whole lot more, has a whole lot more experience in dealing with board. He goes to 7 or 8 board meetings a month, where I go to 2 to 3. So I expect that he would probably end up in this situation doing a lot more of your board work than I am. The reason I'm here today instead of him is because he had had a Board of Adjustment meeting and a town board meeting that he was stuck in today. But if you know what regular schedules are for things, you can move stuff in advance. I'm sorry, I hope that was some answer to your question. But.
Thank you, sir. I'll be next. And you've answered a lot of my questions. I have a whole list of questions. You've answered a lot of them already, but one that you haven't answered that I'm going to ask everybody, can you estimate the approximate travel costs for a member of your firm to be present at all of our board meetings, committee meetings, fines and forfeiture hearings? I know those are all things that people need to, if at all possible, be present versus Zoom.
My understanding of your question to be is, will we be billing you to get to these meetings?
Right.
None. I mean, we live here.
Okay.
So I said to Norwood, I'm 12 minutes away from this building. It would be nice to work here. And that was me driving in.
And I got to tell you, Mr. Wildebohr, that to me is part of the reason why you should consider the idea of using separate board counsel from specialized counsel. The truth of the matter is, if you want a firm, and you know, we're paid to be honest with our clients or potential clients. If you want a firm that specializes in handling education work like that, you're not going to find one of those in Wilmington. But if you do, if you're open to the idea of minimizing or saving some money, and let's face it, you know, the fiscal side of things is always important. You can find local board attorneys, us for example, that save a tremendous amount of money and are more responsive. You know, there's a value to being able to see somebody in a half hour as opposed to being able to talk to them on the phone and them coming next week when you have a sensitive matter that you need dealt with immediately. So, you know, I think it's something that if you're asking us, you know, about the other types of work, I'll be frank with you, there are better firms for doing special ed work. I am not competent on that stuff. I'm a quick learner, but on board work, that's a different story entirely. You know, dealing with the routine day-to-day matters that a board attorney handles, and even going into your employment-related matters. Look, Title VII is the same for you, and the ADA, FMLA issues, same issues I get from my towns, counties, sheriff's departments, public records requests, kind of the same situation. You know, the same set of laws applies to you that applies to the other municipalities. So, you know, that ought to be an important consideration, or at least I think that's one selling point that we have, is that, you know, you won't spend half of your time paying for travel time that's not particularly productive. In fact, it's a complete waste of time almost in many instances.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Graybill.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, you know, and sticking your necks out in this arduous task of representing a Board of Education. In reading your proposal and listening to you speak just now, I don't really think that you've met many of the characteristics that we need. Specifically, you know, at least 2 years of experience in education law and special education law, and we didn't really mention who's going to be the qualified backup person. We never heard who is going to be our attending attorney with that. That wasn't stated, you know, anywhere. And I'm also just concerned about, this was in the past, you know, a number of years ago, and I'm hoping this doesn't still apply to your attorneys, but 2 of your attorneys were convicted of tax evasion and had jail sentences that were suspended and civil fines. So I am concerned that that could easily, or maybe not easily, might happen again. So if you could address some of those issues where you fall short of our basic expectations, I would appreciate that.
I would say that is with respect to the charges that were brought against Andrew Hanley and Clay Collier, they dealt with that, and you know, under the criminal justice system, you know, at the time, I think they would look back at the personnel they had in charge of the books and reevaluate some of the decisions they made. But what I want to emphasize is they dealt with the judicial system, they dealt with the NC bar, and they're in good standing now. So I'm not sure what else. That was prior to my coming on board.
I would just add to that, neither of us have ever had any problems with the bar or Mr. Eads or had any tax. You know, I've never had a late notice that I can recall from the IRS on anything. And I think their issues with taxes, the issues at least, arose before either of us joined up with them 10 years ago. Now, they got in trouble afterwards, but it was for stuff that had happened before. But that's, you know, we're not responsible for everybody else's tax returns in my office, but
okay.
It's certainly embarrassing to me as well.
Yeah, it's not something we're proud of or having to answer today. With respect to who's going to be our point person, the tip of the spear for the board, we've talked about this. Norwood is busy, Brian Eads is busy. It would be me initially with a lot of hand-holding from both of them with respect to actually sitting in on these board meetings. Because like I said, I've never sat in as a board attorney. Been part of the process, but never been that person. So at least initially, I would say Brian Eads needs to be here with me. But I feel comfortable in that I'm a quick learner. I feel comfortable in my ability to speak in front of a crowd, in front of whoever it may be. And I feel between the 3 of us that we will cover all needs of the board in any capacity. Brian Eads specifically made that comment. Right now he has some stuff to do and he can't get out of it and he wishes he was here. but he wants to emphasize that he would be here if we are selected, if we're fortunate enough. I don't think there's any reservation on the three of us. Between the three of us, we will serve the needs of the board effectively. And I hope that answers your question, ma'am.
Look at them. Yeah,
Ms. Bradford?
yeah, thank you.
Okay.
You turn yourself on.
I'm on.
She's on.
I'm on.
Thank you.
I appreciate your familiarity with our schools.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
I appreciate that you're local.
Thank you.
I love the non-billing for drive time. You may have noticed in the media we have a little bit of a dollar and cents crunch around here, so that's important to me. You'd said in your presentation that you were negotiable for a fit in terms of rates, you know, your hourly rate. No attorney ever submits anything that's exactly like the other in terms of some people bill for admin and et cetera by the hour, an add-on. Some people take phone calls in tenths, and you're kind of like right in there in the middle on some of it and a little bit high on some. So if we were to go forward, you know, how committed you are to that negotiable part would be one of my big interests. And my second thing would be the board attorney works for the board. You service and help the central office, but you work for us. And that line blurring is a concern to me. And you know, I don't know how it is with, I've never wondered how it was with Wrightsville Beach's board or Navassa's board or City of Wilmington's boards. I never worried about where the line blurred. But can you address that for a minute?
I think I want to first address, if it's all right, I'd like to address that, your comments or questions about billing, okay? When I was at Cranfield Sumner, our big insurance companies would come to us every year and we would reevaluate rates. And part of that process was looking at the volume of work they gave us and the rate they gave us. And so that's something we would have to do with this board, is look at, evaluate the volume of work and what we're being asked to do on each particular subject. I do know that we would need to hire an associate or multiple associates or multiple other attorneys to help us service this client if we became attorneys, and that's just part of the process. But as far as of course we would be negotiable, just like we were when Liberty Mutual. I remember coming to Cranfield and we had an hourly arrangement, and they said, well, we're sending you thousands of cases every year. We want them at a flat fee. And at first we didn't understand that, but we obliged because it was such a large part of our work. And it's a give and take process. It's a learning process as you go through the year. I hope that answers your questions.
Ms. Bradford, in response to your question about the relationship between boards, administration, and board attorneys, this is a terrible analogy because people say ouch when they hear it, but administrators for cities and towns, for example, counties, and school boards and board attorneys are kind of like college football coaches. You need to rent rather than buy, in the sense that, you know, when the board changes, the board's pleasure changes as well. So I think, you know, I know myself and Mr. Eads from doing that kind of work are keenly aware of who the client is in situations like that. You know, one of the things about it, the elected folks are the elected folks. They're your board. They're who you answer to. And typically the career people end up oftentimes moving from different jobs. And, you know, you always try to keep a good relationship with them because that's who you answer the phone from all day, and that's who you're talking to, and you have to have a good relationship. But, you know, you can't get too attached to other folks like that who are the career staff people, because they change. They take different jobs. Sometimes they lose their job just like you will because the board changes, and they frequently do that. So, you know, that's not a foreign concept to anybody who does board work.
Thank you.
And I think we're out of time, but we want to thank you both for coming. Thank you very much. And
Thank you very much.
We'll be voting on this next week. Thank you so much. Our next legal service presentation will be by Pointer Spruill. The representatives would come forward, please. Welcome. Thank you all for being here today.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Brandon Wilson. I'm part of the School. I've met several of you before. Oh, microphone. Yes, sir. Sorry. This work better?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Brandon McPherson. I'm a partner with Pointer and Sproul. We are happy to be before you today presenting our potential opportunity to represent this community and this board. I'll let my colleague.
I'm Rachel Hitch. I'm also a partner at Pointer Sproul. And again, thank you for the opportunity to come talk to you all today. And Brandon's going to start us off, and I'll pick up, and then we'll answer all your questions.
Thank you very much.
So Pointer Sproul is a law firm that is a North Carolina law firm. It's been around since 1883. It is a well-established firm that has an excellent reputation. We have 4 offices. The education law group is mainly based out of the Raleigh office, but we have offices in Rocky Mount, Southern Pines, and Charlotte. We are a full-service law firm, which means we have every practice area that you would need, not just education law, but we have that too. But we have real estate, financial services, construction, intellectual property, employment, and a very, very experienced litigation practice. We have been doing, our education group has an extraordinary amount of experience. Rachel's going to hit on that in a second, but the one thing I want to point out as a threshold is we are an education law firm. We have the experience and the expertise. We represent several boards in the state of North Carolina, as you can see from our list. We represent several of your neighbors. And one thing I always like to say is don't take my word for it. When we talk about how well we're doing, call our clients, and they'll tell you.
Sure. A couple things I want to talk about. It was a great presentation by the gentleman before us, and I can certainly appreciate the attractiveness of having someone local work on things. Look, I don't have kids in your school system. I do have a place at Carolina Beach, which I think we talked about the last time I was before you all. So I am in the community a lot. This is my second time being here this week. But we can't offer that. We don't have those community ties necessarily. But I do think I want to point out that this is a time when school boards absolutely need school board expertise. And it's easy to think that representing any governmental board is the same as representing another governmental board, but I've actually looked at all of the platforms on which you each last ran, and the one thing that you put as paramount in your campaigning, and what this board has repeatedly said is paramount to them, is the one thing that's different about representing any other kind of governmental body, and that is the students. It is very different to work for a board where the main benefactor of your policies and your work and your efforts are children. It is very different. It is very different to work for parents when the issue at hand is their child versus a property tax issue or something else that other governmental boards may represent. So that makes a big difference. You asked about some specialty expertise. I practice special education, and currently we are one of the firms that you all voted on in March to take on some special ed work, and we are doing some special ed work for you now. And I think if you asked the people that we're working with, they would tell you that we are extremely responsive. If I get a text message or a phone call, I'm immediately responding, and that we've been able, hopefully, to bring a level of expertise to that field that your folks have been needing. It is the highest area of litigation for school systems right now, is special education. That's an expertise you need. You guys have hit on them because you already know. Title IX, we just had new Title IX regulations come down. We have folks in our office who are quote-unquote trained investigators under the Title IX regulations and consistently do good Title IX investigations and write reports and walk school systems through that. And at the same time, we're trying to train your people because we want to work ourselves out of a job in that area. We want your people to be in a position where they don't need someone to walk them through anymore because someone has trained them well on how to manage those things. We have in our education law section at Poynter, and with folks there that have education law experience, we have, I think Brandon and I added up, well over 200 years of cumulative experience. We have, I'll kind of work down, we have Eddie Spies, who was in the AG's office. He's been an attorney for 50 years and worked on education issues. We have Laura Crumpler, who was sort of his protege, and I think Laura's probably got almost 40 years of experience as, working in education law. She's represented the State Board of Education on issues and DPI in litigation. Katie Cornetto, who for about 15 years was the State Board of Education attorney, is one of our partners in our education law section. Again, I've practiced for 22 years. I have triple digits of litigation at the Office for Administrative Hearings on special ed cases. We have a very deep bench with an awful lot of experience that schools are finding that they need now. The days of not having that expertise, and you all may have experienced this, the days of not having that expertise are long gone, I think, for school systems. This has just become an area where you need someone who can walk you through these issues, who has the experience to do so. We have one of the people that works with me is a PhD level school psychologist. She helps me with special education cases, but she's also an attorney. We have at least, Laura Crumpler was a teacher before. Seven former teachers on our 11-person education or lawyer team. So we have plenty of people who have seen this from several different perspectives. Many of them are parents with kids in public schools. Many of them have been teachers, and they have decades of experience practicing school law. So just wanted you to understand our position on the depth of the importance of having the expertise that's specific to representing school boards.
The last thing I want to say before we get into questions is this is our third time putting in for you guys. We want to work for you. We're going to keep putting in because we believe in this community. We believe in the good things you're doing. We want to be a part of that. We are here for you. We are here to be your advocates, and we clearly understand the relationship between the board and the board attorney is sacred, which is the reason why we do it for a lot of your colleagues throughout the state, and we'd love to do it for you. With that being said, that's it.
Again, we want to thank you guys. We'll start with questions with Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Upon listening to your presentation, one of the things you touched on was training our people to do different. Could you elaborate on some of that? What you would be offering even to us, the different trainings for the board and our district people?
Sure, that's a great question because that's how you save money, to be honest with you, is training your people to do it. So I'll start a little bit larger and work down. I don't want to take too much time because I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to ask their questions. We train on the national level, so we do presentations on the national level for school attorneys and school administrators. We do training on the state level. We do presentations for PANC. We do presentations for the North Carolina Association of School Administrators. We do presentations for the North Carolina Council on Administrators of Special Education, NCCS. We do presentations, we do all kinds of presentations. We do presentations for the North Carolina Council on School Attorneys, trying to help school attorneys understand the nuances of some of the things that we do. And we funnel all of that down to our school levels, and we write trainings that are to your needs. And if we see a need that we think that maybe someone else may not have recognized systematically, so if I'm working on special ed issues and I see 2, 3, 4 schools that have a similar issue that I think is a problem, then I bring that up. It doesn't have to be me. It's my job to tell you, I'm seeing this similar issue from place to place. And so we do trainings, we do professional development all the time. It's one of my favorite parts of my job, to be honest with you, because the way we all see it, one, we have all these teachers, so it lets them have an opportunity to be a teacher again. But the other piece of it is I always say, I'll always go to war and defend you, but I would much rather arm you. I would much rather you never find yourself in litigation. And the best way that I know to do that is to train people. And so we take every opportunity. We take those opportunities in cases, but we also have pages of trainings that we have developed on anything you can imagine that schools might need: school finance, school construction, special education, employment law, Title IX, and anything you can imagine that schools might need, we have done training on it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess we've talked a lot about the travel component of this, and I'm thinking out of Raleigh, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And, would you be the lead, sir? Attorney?
I would offer to be the lead,
Okay.
but then if the board so chose not to have me, they could have anyone else.
Oh, right, yeah, no, I was just checking. I assume everybody's out of Raleigh. How would you deal with that part of it? I mean,
It is negotiable, but I mean, we would propose a $500 travel fee. But we can that is, once again, that's negotiable.
Mr. Walker, you stole my question. But anyway, you're good. Miss Mason, then, sorry.
Actually, Ms. Walker stole my question, so I don't have any others.
All right, Mr. McManus.
Thank you. Reading here, for presenting, I'll ask the same question I'll try to ask everyone, and that is, regardless of how I feel or our association or anyone else on the dais, you're going to tell us what you think is the very best to resolve our problem at that time.
So the way we see our job as the board attorney is you are elected. It's your job to make the decisions and to decide the routes and the policy and how you want things to go in the school district. We were not elected. However, what our job is, if you ask us a question, it's one, our job is to be up to date on the law, to be able to say to you, there's a case pending right now in the Court of Appeals, this is what it may look like. So we kind of lay that out for you. And we give you options. We can say, what I would say is, there are 2 or 3 ways that I can see you going about this. Here's way 1, here's the pros and cons of that. Here's way 2, here's the pros and cons of that. Here's way 3, here are the pros and cons of that. Here's the strengths and the weaknesses. It's for y'all to decide which risk is tolerable, if any, to you for your community and your schools. We can guide you. And say, I recommend this way because I think it matches what you're trying to do here and what you're trying to do there. But at the end of the day, our job is to give you the options on how to get where you're going and let you know what are the good pieces of that and what are the pitfalls in some of these options that are available to you.
And the thing I'd say to follow that up is after you make that decision, it's my job to defend you to the hilt. That's my job. You make a decision. It's our job as your representatives and your agents and your counselors and lawyers to be your voice.
Well, I'm going to just reiterate my question that I had, and then I'll make it a 2-part because I'm allowed to do 2 parts. That's what I said. So basically, you said $500 for travel.
Mm-hmm.
So each time you came to town, it would be $500. Okay, make sure I heard that. I'm sorry?
I misheard that.
And can you talk a little bit more about, your investment in our school system? We heard from, the other representatives that said, that they're part of our community. How would you become part of our community besides just showing up once a month?
Well, I'll tell you, what we would do is we show up for the education foundations for every one of our clients who engages us in that conversation. We show up to be a sponsor of whatever events we're asked to be a sponsor of. We provide opportunities for students if they want to engage in and have an educational experience about what it's like to be an attorney. Not just us, right? Not just education lawyers, but one of my finance attorneys, a real estate attorney, engaging in those conversations, providing opportunities for your CTE directors to meet with our corporate clients that our firm represents. For example, Gregory Poole Caterpillar is one of our clients, and having those connections that we're allowed to leverage for the betterment of kids is about what we do. So it's one of the joys of what we do and where we are. So.
Thank you very much. Ms. Craybill.
Yes, so thank you for coming back. It's always a pleasure to see you. The Your presentation was very thorough. I felt like I was like following along in your kindergarten to now presentation in all of the presentations that you've made. And specifically, in some of the areas, you've had First Amendment issues, you've discipline policies, the Safe Schools Act, the professional training for boards, and you subscribe to the journal subscriptions that keep you current in what we need to know and the questions that we might ask, like you had said, anticipating that. So I guess the only training that you didn't mention in your packet and just now, that is one of the requirements that we asked for, was Robert's Rules of Order. So if you could just elaborate on that, that's a big issue with us, and we struggle. We're on that struggle bus. So if you could talk to us a little bit about that.
We are thoroughly trained in Robert's Rules of Order. I actually consider Robert's Rules a fundamental part of boardsmanship, because being a good board member is knowing when it's your time to talk and when it's time for somebody else to talk. So an element of that, and Ms. Grable, you're absolutely right, it's not specifically listed, but it is a huge part of what each one of us is trained on and what all of us know how to do because we're representing school boards. I will tell you that points of order, everybody's looking to the lawyer to know what the right call is if the chair has a question or if there's a question by a member about, okay, is that out of order, is that not out of order? And I think, part of it is being the parliamentarian, and that is something we're very well trained and very well articulated. And honestly, one of the best times to do that is during your professional development. Let's have a go at having a PD where we go through some mock mistakes, because there are plenty of them that are common that people don't think about, but it really does help everything run smoother if everybody knows what the rules of the road are.
Thank you.
And I'm sure Brandon probably does too, but I have, right now on my calendar, I have Robert's Rules of Order training for different school boards, at least one that I can think of in the next couple weeks. So we definitely do that training. The other thing we try to do is with concepts like that are, Robert's Rules is thick. It's a lot to try to digest. And so we try to come up with good visual supports or things like that. That's the teachers, I guess, and us again. But come up with some kind of useful tool to have with you during your board meetings that helps you remember, this is when I need a majority, this is when it's the chair's call, this is when this is this kind of motion, So we also try to come up with support tools that help boards to work their way through that when they're in the midst of it, and they can look at it and say, so that they don't have to always call, if they have a concern, or they don't always have to stop. We try to give them the tools they need, not just the training, but then something for them to leave with that's useful, something utilitarian.
And we'll finish with Ms. Bradford.
Brian, you said call our clients. And I've listened to one board on the coast, and the superintendent said something to the effect of, on the advice of our new attorney firm, we're going to look at public comments and tighten it down. And I've talked to a board member, and they're like freaked completely out about taking away the public's right to speak at the meetings.
Okay.
So can you comment on that?
Without disclosing client confidences, I know of which you speak. It is not that there is going to be an interest in limiting speech, or preventing speech. It's the concept of there being concerns about the length of time in which it's taking, and those concerns have been shared with board members with the board attorney about, and a proposal for the board to consider. Once again, that's a public comment. It's the board's policy. However the board wants to go about doing that. But my understanding is the attorney was asked to prepare a policy that could help regulate the length of meetings because of the amount of public comment in such a way that it would, limit, the length of meetings while also allowing the board to hear comments from the public. For example, having a time limit, because you're allowed to have a time limit on your comments, as you guys know. You're also allowed to, if people are speaking on behalf of a group, you can have them more time. And you can also, after a certain period of time in your meeting, you can say, hey, this 30 minutes, after that first 30 minutes, we will hear everybody else after the rest of our business is done. And so those are reasonable regulations that allow the public to understand what the rules of the roads are when they sign up. And if they see 200 people's names signed up, they understand that, okay, I may be here until after 8:30 because the rest of the business for the other people who showed up, the moms and dads who came to see their kid honored, are going to get seen first. And so without disclosing client confidences, that's how that's addressed.
No. A point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
You said we each would get one, and then if she gets one more, then we all get one more.
I'll read exactly what I said, Ms. Crable,
Okay.
because you are incorrect. We'll go in this in order. Members will be limited to one question with one follow-up at that time. This is, and I read it exactly like that. So
Okay, I apologize. I would have asked a follow-up of our first
you may
presenter.
follow up.
Well, just going to provoke me to ask this question. Robert's Rules of Order. Give us your advice as a board regarding any particular board member who might attack or make allusions to another board member's motives in the middle of the meeting.
Well, it's hard, we'd have to be in the meeting to see what was going on, because the truth of the matter is, what one person perceives as an attack, an objective outsider may not, right? So there are parts of being an elected official that means sometimes you take your lumps a little bit on those kinds of things. As far as the interrelationship between board members, that's something I think that is really important. And to be quite honest with you, in my practice in the last 10 years, I've seen a lot more of that than I had seen in previous years. I feel like, and I won't go too far astray, but there's divisiveness on boards now that I think is more pronounced than it might have been some time ago, and that might be a reflection of larger things on the whole. But anyway, if that comes up, if there's an issue, then the chair is leading the meeting, but if the chair looks to the board attorney for counsel or whatever, I would suggest a recess, and I would need to stop and talk to the chair about what the options are in terms of that interaction. Here's what we can do. You can do this, you can do this, you can do this. It's just going to depend on the interaction. It's in a vacuum, it's hard to say. Is there name calling? Is there cursing? Is it zealous disagreement, which zealous disagreement I support, to be quite honest with you. That's allowed on boards, and it's why you have multiple members on a board. They can disagree with each other. But as far as if it gets into personal attacks, is it slanderous? Is it defamatory? Is it an accusation of some kind of criminal act? Those kinds of things. So it's going to depend on what that looks like. But generally, I feel like it demeans the public's trust in a board when board members are not respectful to each other. And we do a lot in our professional development to encourage boards not to do that, because I think it reduces the effectiveness of the board.
I do want to thank you very much for coming in today, and again, we'll be voting on the group next week. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the
Nice to see you again.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. And we will finish up today with Tharrington Smith. So if the representatives for Tharrington Smith would please come forward. Welcome.
Good afternoon, board members. Chair Wildebohr, Vice Chair Mason, Superintendent Faust. My name's Jason Weber. I'm with the law firm of Tharrington Smith. It's good to be back, even if just for these 15 minutes. We're really seriously thankful and grateful for the opportunity to be back before you today. And we certainly hope that after today's presentation, you choose for us to return as your legal counsel to provide for all your legal services needs. As you know, Tharrington Smith, we provided general counsel services to you for a period from 2020 until 2023. Prior to that, we provided assistance on discrete matters, a lot of special ed, some school construction, and litigation for years prior to that 3-year period. During that time, we worked hand in hand with a lot of your existing staff, past staff, on just an entire range of issues, litigation, personnel, special education, school construction, student discipline, constitutional matters, just really countless other public school law issues. we're not new to you, you're not new to us, and we really do welcome this opportunity to be able to return and continue working with you. So while we have a history here, and I forgot to introduce my co-presenter here, Steve Rawson with Darrington Smith as well. Steve and I, we'd just like to take a few minutes to reintroduce our firm to you, talk a little bit about our history, the services that we provide, and also just review what we think are some of the top reasons why we think you should hire us back as your general counsel. And after that, of course, we'd be happy to answer questions. So for some background on the firm, we've been in education law for 41 years. We have 20 attorneys, right now 19, but in the fall it'll go back up to 20 again, who are dedicated solely to K-12 education law. That's all the 20 of us do, including 3 of-counsel. We are the largest specialized education law firm in the state. And we currently serve as general counsel to over 20 boards of education, and we do specialty work for a number of others. Our philosophy as a firm is simple. You've heard it with Pointer Spruill. Ours is somewhat similar, where we're the lawyers, we're not board members, we're not the elected officials. We do what we think is great legal work and whatever the board needs and asks of us. Different boards have different goals and priorities, and that's not our business. As I always tell my boards, your job is infinitely harder than mine. I wrestle with issues, I provide guidance, I help set the guardrails, explain the pros and cons of different courses of action, but at the end of the day, you're the ones who make decisions, and that's way harder than anything I do. You're the ones who develop your policies, and you're the ones who also face the consequences as well. Not just in terms of what the legal outcome might be, but even in your communities. So you're invested in this, and your job is much, much harder than ours. We represent a number of boards across the political range. Some want to go one way on an issue, some want to go another way on an issue. We don't tend to get involved in that. Again, our goal is really to provide you with good, sound legal advice that's unbiased, and then really empower you with the information that you need to make the decisions that you make. So why should you hire us back? Well, first of all, you won't find any firm in North Carolina with more experience and expertise in this area. School law, it's a really broad practice, but it's also highly specialized. So while we do touch on a number of different areas, as you heard Pointer Spruill say, there's really nothing like an education law lawyer when it comes to public school legal needs. And for our firm, no matter what the issue is that arises, we have experts. Special education, we've got Carolyn Murkison, Eva Dubison, Steve Rawson, they're some of the best in the state. When it comes to school construction, Rod Malone, who you've worked with for years, he has absolutely no peers. Neil Ramey on First Amendment and constitutional issues, he trains other lawyers, not just in the state, but also nationally. On personnel issues, we have Adam Mitchell and Melissa Michaud. When it comes to litigation, Steve Rawson, Deborah Stagner. Tricky board governance issues, that's Jonathan Blugberg and Ken Sue. And beyond these big names in education law world, at least in North Carolina, we also have a lot of other excellent attorneys who are ready to provide services and to meet your needs. This brings us to the second reason we think you should hire us back, and that's special education. I'll turn it over to Steve. We've been following a bit of the local news here. We know that special ed is one of the reasons why you decided to proceed with review of legal counsel, and I'll let Steve talk about why we think we can meet that need.
I'll echo Jason's appreciation for the invitation to be here on special education. You know this as well as we do. Special education is taking up more and more and more of your staff's time. It's taking up more and more and more of your budgetary needs, and it occupies more and more of our time as lawyers because there's just greater knowledge. There's a growth in the availability of special education services and the number of students who qualify for those services. And what we have found is that special education has become perhaps the single largest issue that we deal with as a firm, and we've built our firm to respond to that. And so when we hire new attorneys to come in, we are looking specifically for people who are not just willing but eager to do special education work, specifically in litigation. However, I do want to really highlight our philosophy on special education litigation because that happens so often. And that is that education as a whole is a community effort. It's built on relationships. Special education is that times 10, right? You have to have working positive relationships between staff and students and parents for the special education programs to be effective. And the thing about litigation is it breaks relationships. And once you get there, it's very, very hard to repair those. But that student is going to be with you for another 2, 4, 8, 10 years. You've got to have that relationship. And so we as litigators, while I will go to the mat for y'all in court whenever I need to, it's better for y'all, it's better for your students, it's better for your community if I don't have to. And so we work extremely hard in special education to resolve matters before they reach a point where we have that breach of the relationship that cannot be repaired. So I really want to highlight that philosophy of resolution work, of creative problem solving, and of building capacity with your staff and with your community around special education so that you don't end up in these knockdown, drag-out special education fights that just take your teachers out of the classroom, that take your parents and pit them against the school system and leave everybody worse off than we started. So I'll stop there and return to Jason, but happy to talk more about that. I know that's been on your minds.
That's right, and just to piggyback on that a little bit, in addition to being one of the largest education law practices in the state, I think we also have one of the largest numbers of special education lawyers as well. So as Steve said, you know, when we look for associates, we look for those who are interested and willing to do that work. As of right now, we have 11 attorneys who do special ed work. Now, some are newer associates, they're providing more of a support role, but we have a number of attorneys, myself included, who can handle everything from covering IEP meetings, answering one-off issues, to litigating if you do find yourselves with a due process petition. The third reason why I believe you should hire us back has to do with cost effectiveness, and I'm going to go ahead and turn that back over to Steve as well.
So again, it will come as no surprise to y'all that school budgets are a central piece of your jobs, and being good stewards of the public dollars and making sure that they go to your students. While obviously we charge for our services, we view our role as one of supportive to the school system and for the betterment of your children. I would rather you spend money on kids than on lawyers. And that goes back to that issue around special education, but we carry that philosophy into all of our work. And so one of the things that we really pride ourselves on is avoiding unnecessary legal expenses. There are firms who, when you have an IEP meeting or an employee grievance, will send 2 or 3 lawyers down to conduct an investigation. And they'll charge for all 3 of them all day, plus the travel for all 3 of them. We don't do that. Right? We look at a case and we say, we may need 2 people on this, but they're going to be doing different work. Right? I have one person, if I'm working with Jason, I'm going to say, okay, Jason, you're on the motion to dismiss, and I'm writing the brief. Or you're going to do the investigation with the interviews of these 5 people, I've got these 7 people. We don't need to double up. Right? We've got plenty of work. There is plenty of work out there. We don't need to be setting up situations where we are charging you more than you need to pay for something that's already an expense that you'd rather not have. And so we look at ways to make sure that we distribute our work effectively that way. The other piece is, and this goes back to what Jason said about the expertise of a large firm, is one of the largest expenses in legal work is research, right? Looking into a problem, figuring it out, writing out the answer, writing the memo, whatever it is that the board needs to respond to that. Well, we've already done those things in so many different areas. We don't have to redo them for you. So when you call with a question about Title IX, I've got 10 different PowerPoint presentations on our system from 2010 up through all the rule changes that I can immediately go to. The research has been done, the slides been made. You're not getting charged for that because it's already done. And if I can't find it in 10 minutes on our system, I can pick up the phone and call David Nolland, who's our Title IX guru, if you will. And again, I don't have to go looking for that information for you because it's already in someone's brain down the hall. And that's just another way that we can save you money in the long term. So again, happy to talk more about that, but we do take very seriously your role and therefore by proxy our role as being good stewards of the public dollar in this work.
And that brings us to the fourth reason, which again, we've been following a little bit of the news, the discussions. We understand again that you're facing, like a lot of boards, the fiscal cliff with ESSER funding going away. In addition to that, one thing that we noticed was the number of capital building needs that you have. And that's one area where, we can't help you with the funding piece. We understand that's something that your county commissioners, your legislators, they're the ones who could help you there. But we know you have existing needs. We know that you're growing. It looked like, at least from the information I saw, that either most or all of your schools are at or over capacity. And that's really a testament to you. I work with other boards where they're losing students. So you are keeping them in your district, you're growing, which is really great for you all, and it speaks to the work that you do from top to bottom. And while, again, we can't help with funding, when you are ready to take that next step, we have, again, the best school construction lawyer in the state in Rod Malone. Since the last time we were here, we've also added Sharon Lynn. She's a former real estate attorney to really take in what used to be some of that local real estate work to build on Mr. Malone's experience and to also just kind of provide top to bottom school construction services for our districts. They and the rest of our team ready to help you, not just from the design process, but, once a school is built, ready to make sure that it meets your needs and that, all the requirements are met. And then the fifth and final reason, it kind of dovetails with the first, is, again, that we have, more capacity to meet your needs as a school district than any other firm. As Steve said, we have a breadth and depth of experience that you're not going to find anywhere else. We've represented approximately 100 school boards across North Carolina over the years. We've dealt with just about every single issue that a school district could face, experience at the federal and state level with, interpreting, applying, providing guidance on laws and regulations that govern the operations of your public schools, public bidding, construction, finance, open meetings, public records, teacher discipline, hearing, dismissal, student assignment, and discipline matters, fines and forfeitures, public records, open meetings, really just pretty much everything. Robert's rules, for anyone, we have one registered parliamentarian, Ken Sue, and one of our other partners, Carolyn Murkison, who also did your EC work for a while, and she would also be your EC lead if you were to hire us back. Either is or is working towards and close to being a registered parliamentarian. And in addition to all of that work, I've heard a couple of points about how to keep costs down, and one of those is to stay ahead of issues. And that's one thing that I think we take a lot of pride on, and that we really try and do. Whether it's providing you with template legal documents that you can use without having to come back to us to generate something that's custom depending on your needs, whether it's contracts related to procurement or teacher contracts and those types of documents, and also, on any particular new change in the law that comes out. We try to stay ahead of those. We try and give you the guidance that you need so you can make good decisions. So I'll go ahead and stop there, but the point is, the 20 attorneys at Tharrington Smith, we're here for you every day at all hours on all issues, whether they're large or small. And, really our goal is to help you do what you do best, which is educate kids, and to be able to focus on that. And I think I might have mentioned this the last time that we were here, but for Tharrington Smith, this is really more than a business for us. A lot of the attorneys at the firm, myself included, we were former teachers. I went from teaching in Vance County to law school knowing that I wanted to be an education law attorney. I wasn't any good as a teacher. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but it was a way for me to stay involved, and I felt like to be able to continue to have an impact. While we don't have children in your schools, we do have children in the public schools. We have one of our attorneys, Adam Mitchell, who did your personnel work for the last year, who was actually a member of a board of education at one point. So we have experience that we can bring from all levels of the education world. We're committed and we're honored for the opportunity to be able to work with you. I believe you have copies of our proposal. If you don't, I have extras. It includes our proposed billing fees. One thing that I'd like to also point out is, I know this came up last year, but if the board is interested in and wants to know about flat rate fixed fees, we're willing to consider that and to propose something that we think could be fair for both as well. And at this point, I'll go ahead and pause for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. And we'll start with Ms. Barnhart. And board members, just a reminder, if you have a question and a follow-up if you'd like at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. After hearing some of my colleagues' questions, I hear resolve around the concern for the how I say this, the dynamic personalities that we have on the board. So it leads me to a unique question I'd like to have the answer for procedures. Where do you think is the placement for seating as being an attorney on this board so that you don't appear to be biased or leaning towards any one of us on any issue?
It's not a question I was expecting
I-
for seating arrangements. So I prefer not to be at the board podium with any of my boards, just because, I mean, really, it's hard to see me. So if I'm trying to get someone's attention, if it's the board chair during public comment or something, if I'm sitting at the end of a row, no one can see me. I might have to nudge the person next to me who nudges the person next to them, and that just draws way more attention than I want to raise. To your point, it also avoids the appearance that, whatever the random seating arrangements are, that, that I am somehow, working closely with or favoring one particular board member over another. One of my other boards, this actually came up recently, where there was some concern just because I wasn't familiar with some of the history in the district and would occasionally ask the board member next to me for the background on an issue where other board members were concerned. And I straight away offered just to move in order to make sure that that was not an issue. So I'm happy to sit wherever you want me to sit, wherever my boards want me to sit. I don't have any particular preference other than, if I did get a choice, it is to be somewhere where I can be seen and also be a little separate. It also takes a little bit of pressure off during public comment. As much as I like to have the rotten fruit thrown at me as well, it does give me a little bit of separation from that too.
Thank you. Walker?
I don't know what that was. Thank you. I really don't have a ton. I'm very familiar with you guys already. Maybe a little too much, I think, because I've been here since 2020. But you had in your proposal, I think, a partner named Michelle. Is she part of the proposal as one of the main attorneys? Or, no, wait, Melissa, sorry. Were you were supposed to be the lead, and then Melissa was going to be your second, or?
I believe in our proposal, it was myself as the lead, and then Carolyn Murkison
Oh,
would
it
be the
just
other
says
lead
Melissa,
for
and
special
it's not
education
Melissa.
matters. Right, and then we had a list of bios at the end where Melissa Michaud may have been.
Oh, so he wasn't like one of the main attorneys on this?
We're all available to answer questions. Our kind of the model we work from is to have one particular attorney who's
Okay.
assigned to our boards to cover board meetings, be the key point of contact. With some that are larger and have more needs, we'll have others who fill in on some of those specialty matters, like Carolyn Murkison would really be the lead point of contact for special education. I have background in that. I do that work, so I would be available as well. I think the last go-around, Adam Mitchell, who's one of our lead personnel guys, was doing your personnel work. So it really depends on the needs of the district, how large they are in terms of
Okay.
how
I
we
was just
manage
confused by
that.
that, so follow up real quick.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So maybe I don't remember this, but I know, I'm sorry, I'm still in the travel question again, but I don't remember what it was the last time, because y'all are in Raleigh too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I mean, sorry, I won't steal it then. You can ask that.
Ms. Mason?
Travel costs.
Yeah, we're happy to talk through that. I think, just based on distance, if travel is billed at an hourly rate, those could average from 800 to 1,000. One way we try to bring that down is we try to work while we're driving, whether it's scheduling and taking calls from your own staff. So that's free legal guidance, whether it's on the way there. Sometimes it's on the way back, even for late meetings. We do try to make the most efficient use of that time as we can, because we know for a lot of our clients that it's a sunk cost. The other thing too is if we're not taking calls for you, oftentimes we're scheduling and taking calls for other clients, and we don't double bill for that. So that's also time that can be taken off when it comes to travel. And if Steve has anything else you want to offer?
No, I would just, for clarity on that last point, if, for example, we're driving to your board meeting and we get a personnel call from a county in the center of the state, we bill the active legal work over the travel, right? So the travel always goes second if we're able to do other work, and we do not double bill. So that if I'm on the phone for half an hour, it's a half an hour for the phone call, and half an hour comes off of the drive.
Next, Mr. McManus. Thank you, Mason.
Hello, Jason. Welcome back.
Good to see you.
I think I know the answer to this question because you know us and you've been here. regardless of how we individually feel or group up, you're going to give us the best advice you can regardless.
Yes.
I can still see, you just don't like to talk, Bill.
The answer to that is yes. Yeah, that is always our goal. Certainly here, we've dealt with interesting issues. It's one of the kind of selfish reasons why I know I want to come back. It's not just, frankly, I mean, the people, just good people, top to bottom, just a well-run organization. Y'all create some interesting issues that keeps me on my toes, particularly when it comes to the Roberts rules. You referenced the training. I think I did maybe 2 or 3 of those during the year, and I'd say that you are probably my only board where there are motions to amend, and so it definitely keeps me engaged, and I really do enjoy that and challenged.
I'm glad we are well remembered by you. Wait, I tell you.
I brought my copy of Robert's Rules just in case I needed it for the presentation.
I may need it. Explain to me, you talked about EC and stuff. What is your thoughts on, winning a case? How important, or are there multiple ways to win an EC case?
I'll let Steve go ahead and take that, and I can jump in as well.
So one of the conversations I have with clients a lot in litigation comes out of a concern for setting precedent, right? That if we resolve this case this way, there are going to be 9 more that are going to ask for the same thing. And while I always affirm that concern with my clients, I ask them not to get caught up in that to the detriment of making the right decision today. So when we look at winning a case, I go back to what I said a little bit earlier about relationships, which is a win in a case is one that produces a good educational outcome for a child, a good pedagogical outcome for staff, an efficient and cost-effective outcome for the board, and one that puts you in a position to move forward with the business of education. That, to me, is a win. Now, I am also a very competitive person. And if I have to go to the mat, I will. And if we're going to go there, then the aggressive Steve, it may come out. Once we pass that line of no return, we have to go to court. You're going to get full-throated defense and the full backing of our firm in terms of trying to win that case at court, and that is what we do. And we go all the way up. I've been to the United States Court of Appeals for the 4th Circuit on a special education case. We won that one, and that's something that we're very proud of, right? When we end up in that scenario, that we put together really, really high level advocacy work in the federal courts. I am, and some of my colleagues are, in the Office of Administrative Hearings routinely for special education hearings. And again, once you get to the point, if I've got a parent on the witness stand, I will always be polite, I will always be kind, but I will never back down on the questions that need to be asked, the points that need to be made, and bringing the information to the court that it needs to know that the school system has done right by this student. So all of that is to say, winning is the better outcome when it doesn't end up in litigation, but if we have to go there, winning is very important to us, and we'll do everything we can legally, ethically, professionally to do that.
Next, Ms. Crandall.
Thank you for being here again. Good to see you both. I did like that you mentioned about your interest in construction and that kind of stuff, because we do have some capital that we'll be addressing. And I also wanted to make sure that I sent my congratulations to Mr. Malone for being a legal elite of 2024. So in the construction arena, so that sits well. I also was very impressed. You and one of the other presenters talked about all the things that you do and that you can do right on your staff: bonds and forfeitures, administrative hearings, defense before the EEOC, the OCR, the DOJ, helping with policy development, real property matters, and constitutional issues for our students and staff. So that is one of the things that I liked. and the deep bench that you have for areas of expertise. So I guess one of the questions I have is, what is your, not policy, but procedure or preferred method of informing all board members of information that is happening? Like do you just give information to the board chair or to the board chair and vice chair, or do you disseminate information to all of the board members appropriately?
I think it would depend on the issue. I mean, if it's something like the recent changes in the Title IX regs, that's something we want to make sure that the whole board is aware of. I think that question had come up with regards to one of the firms. The Biden administration did recently issue proposed regs. I think just yesterday, the Texas Attorney General and several other state attorneys general have sued to block those. So we certainly track that so we can give guidance to you so you're aware of it, but also to your staff who deal with that on a day-to-day basis. Similarly to state level legislation, one thing I tried to do and that I do try to do with my boards is to provide updates on any relevant state legislation, whether it's during session or after the session, giving good information so that you know what's coming down the pipeline if it's something that hasn't already passed, so you can speak with your own local legislators about it, as well as things that have passed. So again, you're aware of it, you're ready to work with your staff on implementation. One of the other things that we track are key and relevant cases. So with regards to one case that I know we've discussed coming out of West Virginia with regards to transgender student athletes, there was a recent decision at the Fourth Circuit around that just 2 weeks ago that we're studying. We're preparing to push out some guidance to our clients about that as well, just so they're aware of what the outcome was and ready to respond to it. It's one of the things that we take a lot of pride in. You heard from Pointer Sproul, they have connections at the state level with DPI. I used to work at DPI as well. We try to stay plugged in there as well as with NCSBA, who's one of our clients, so we can be ready to inform you all and all of our other school districts about the things that you need to know.
The only thing I'll add to that, specific to your question, is that a lot of boards have policies that govern attorney communication with the board and how that's done. I'm not personally familiar with your policy on that, but I have several boards, one of which has a structure where the chair can call the attorney directly, but then the policy requires the chair to report the answer. That the chair can authorize an individual member to call the attorney, but then that individual member is obligated under policy to report back. That committee chairs can call the attorney directly and provide that response to their entire committee. And that then there's also obviously emails that go to the entire board. So one of the things that we try to do is tailor that to the board to make sure that we're meeting your needs. And if it's a board that's very comfortable with just the chair having that conversation, that's what we can do. If everybody needs the same information, we can do that too.
Thank you.
Follow up?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay, good.
I see some policy changes.
Before what's just happened with Title IX, how were you advising your boards to enforce the fairness in women's sports? Did you advise them check birth certificates? What about their transfer students? What were you advising before what just happened?
I don't know if you want to answer that one. Well, the law is the law. The state law came down. I know your board was in front of that in terms of that issue with regards to middle school sports during my time here. The state law passed in the fall, and our guidance to clients was to implement. I will have to say that with my current boards, I didn't get questions on implementation, so I can't say how I advised on it with regards to them in terms of the details, but we did push out information so they knew what it required, and our guidance was to do what the law said.
Yeah, that I think is exactly the answer I would give, with the addition that this decision that's just come down from the Fourth Circuit, 2 weeks ago, is about that West Virginia case. And one of the open questions is, how broadly applicable is that case decision to a law like North Carolina's? Because what was overturned was West Virginia's law. Does that mean that North Carolina's law is also subject? And so in situations like that, what we will do is come to you and say, look, here's our best analysis of the opinion. Here's our best analysis of what that means for our state law, which obviously is not within your control in terms of the law itself, just its implementation. And then to advise you on here are the risks. If you do this, here are the risks. If you do this, here are the risks. I think as Jason mentioned early in the presentation, and it will surprise you not at all, there are boards of education who have directly divergent opinions on the politics of that issue, and that's not our issue, right? Our job is to advise you legally so that you can make a decision that is consistent with your values, your constituents' desires, and the law to the best of your ability. And so, we don't take sides on those things. We advise, here's the law, here's how we read the law, here are the risks of these various courses, and then y'all make that tough decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No follow-up.
Okay. Gentlemen, I do want to thank you very much for coming in today. And again, as I've mentioned and you've heard, we will be voting on a law firm next week. So
thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Board members, will continue on. Ms. Sutton, you have posted the legal services terms and conditions. Do you want to speak to that a little bit, please?
I posted that document for the board's review, not necessarily for a decision today, but that was the document that I had planned to update once the board makes a decision on which firm and the length of the contract. I would just update this document. So if there's something in this document you wanted changed, or if you preferred some different wording, then I'd be glad to take that and make the adjustments before next week.
I looked at it last night and compared it to, for example, the one we just did with Pointer Sproul and the one we just did with Sync, and they're completely different. And so my first question would be, who prepared the document and what attorney firm has reviewed it?
So I used the Vogel contract as the template, which I think was the one that we used for the Sync contract that you guys just reviewed. Okay, so my understanding was it was the same template, and that just the dates and the names of the firms were different. So if you would prefer me use, so I apologize if it wasn't the same as the Sync. I thought the Sync and the Vogel contract were the same.
There's a ton of dialogue missing. There's a
Okay.
number of paragraphs completely missing in the Sync, and I didn't notice that it looked like, I have them all right here, but it just was so different. I wondered where this one came from.
Yep, so I took the Vogel contract and I just took out the name of the firm and the dollar amounts and the dates. But if there's another contract that you prefer that we've used for attorneys in the past, I don't mind using that template. Or if you want me to do something different and send it to Vogel for review, I don't mind doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I did notice that there were some differences, but they were ones that I appreciated. A couple things I wanted to ask. In legal services, in that first paragraph, I would like to see some wording in there where the billing client, the law firm who is billing has to assign names to each one, and we are currently getting that, but we have initials but with no legend on who those people are. I'm concerned that if we have a law firm that we don't know who is who, in billing. So I would like to see some specific wording about that. Under costs, where in the second line where it says billed at our cost, does that mean, does our mean us, New Hanover County Schools, or does our costs mean like some governmental cost, or what does that mean?
That was the cost that was agreed upon through the proposals, and so I think you're right, it would be better to actually put what that rate would be instead of making it that generic wording.
Yeah, that's confusing.
Yep.
I liked the change where it said upon mutual agreement, the contract may be revised at any time, so that so it looks more like some of our other service provider contracts where we are allowed to terminate a contract, and I believe in Mr. Vogel's contract, those words were omitted when he signed. I'm not positive about that, but that's what I think I remember. that under monitoring and auditing, I liked the words, I don't recall seeing these before, but they could be in there, shall permit the board to evaluate all the activities conducted under this contract as dictated by the board. So it gives the board a lot of latitude on if things aren't going the way that we want it to go with representation, that we have a chance to talk about it. And then finally on page 3, down at the bottom where it says assignment, the law firm shall not assign, subcontract, or otherwise transfer any interest in this contract without prior written approval of the board. And to me, that includes when you add new people after we sign the contract based on what you presented to us. So I'm assuming that each one of these presentations, they all told us who would be representing us. And if anybody else is different, then we would need to be clear on that. And that, to me, comes particularly into play with our first presenter, because they actually offered up that they weren't skilled in most of the areas, and they would have to get new people or they would have to ask other people to assist them. So I wanted to make sure that we were clear on that we get to approve whoever else they ask.
So with that being said, is it the will of the board that perhaps we add an amendment to the contract and we reference that in the contract where it lists the individuals that would be working? Because otherwise, the proposal is a separate document. So I think that would be will of the board if we wanted to add an appendix that had that detail.
Yeah, and I would like the board to discuss that before we approve. Pardon me?
Would you like to make that a motion?
Yes, I would like to see that to have the people that could possibly be providing services. Like several of them said, these 3 or all 5, and Pointers Rule said we have this number of people are doing education law, construction law. I mean, there's so many people that are on their staff. I don't want to limit it, because if we've already seen that they have said these people might help us, I don't know how best to do that. I'm not a lawyer, but I just want to make it clear that we get control when a new person comes in. And if we've already agreed to their presentations and the staff that they have on hand, then I don't have a problem with that. But I do have a problem when we have major changes, like 50% change, of a law firm, then we don't know who the people are and have had no say-so. So however you think we need to do it, or an attorney, either we can use Mr. Vogel, who is our legal counsel, to do that. We can consult another, contractual law, firm to help us with that, that kind of thing.
So that's your motion?
I know, it's on.
Is there a motion in there?
I know, I keep going in and out, I hear myself. I don't know how to make the motion. I don't know how to make the motion, because I don't want it to be difficult, but I want it to be clear.
I'm just concerned that, for instance, Pointers Rule or Darrington Smith, if you ask them to list out everybody, then it's going to be pages, and the contract's going to be 15 pages to get everybody's name on it. So I don't know.
care. I don't care how long the document is, because if it protects us and we know who we're going to get or who we could get, then that's what I want to know, who we could get. So
is there a second? Hearing none, we will continue. Any other discussions?
Mr. Chair, a second for discussion. I would like to have more discussion, but I mean,
Okay.
I'm not necessarily going to vote for it or not. I just.
Okay. So we have a first and second to, okay, that's fine. Is there other discussion on that point? Again, this is to list
Ms.
out
Barnhart had her
everyone.
hand up.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mike,
What my colleague was talking about earlier, one of the firms outwardly said that they are in the process of hiring. I think it was even in the application. So it sounds like if they're not in the firm now, that we're not going to have access to them. And that, to me, that doesn't make sense, because if it's a firm, it's an umbrella, it's a group of people. I believe, I mean, I could be misunderstanding, rather than an initial being billed to us, what my colleague is saying is to have the name out so that we know who that individual is that is doing the work for us, rather than an initial. And I have no problem with that aspect. But knowing that one of the proposals is saying that they're in the process of expanding their firm, I don't want to limit and say, well, no, only these 5 people in the firm are allowed to, even though they just hired 2 more, they can't work with us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so just to clarify, thank you for trying to clarify what you thought I was saying. And yes, that is true. When we had Tharrington Smith, they did initials, they gave us a legend. So we knew clearly who we were getting each time. And right now, we have initials, but we don't know clearly who we are getting. So I have no problem with people adding new people. But when we hire them, like let's just say we hire them based on the credentials that they presented to us, and then those credentials change significantly, I think we should have a say-so in knowing who we're getting, you know, to cover the significant void that was left. I don't mind people adding new people because that's good. And so that's why I don't know if we need to list everybody. I just want to know who we're getting each time.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Well, maybe a solution may be to put in there if there's significant change or if there's someone new that it has to be revised or the contract can be revised. Because I see the points on both sides, because they're also, I'm not going to say, I'll say this later. But, you know, knowing who we have is correct. I mean, I don't mind listing everyone. At the same time, there is a question about if there are some firms that are going to want to add people way later on after we've already signed a contract. Because I guess we need to look at terms as well. It's all going to depend. I'm not opposed to putting something in there that basically says if it significantly changes, or I don't know what the wording should be, but I agree as well. But it'll be trickier with the bigger firms.
Yeah, and okay.
I think all firms have attorneys come and attorneys go, and to restrict them like that really sounds a little more controlling, but I have to address this. The fact that we have initials right now, because we've as a board, we've literally attacked the credibility of our board attorney and doxed him, and one board member went onto their social media to dox them. So why in the world would you expose your people's names out there so that they could then be just vilified by board members? It doesn't make sense. And until we stop our bad behavior, I don't want to tie a law firm's hands. They're lawyers. They've gone through the bar. They're upright people. This vilification of our vendors, it violates our policy for one thing. Every time it's been done, it's been a clear violation of policy, but it continues to happen, and I don't want to see us start down the path with a new attorney firm doing that again if a particular board member isn't happy with the choice that this 7-people body chooses. And so I just don't think that we need to step out here on a personal thing and change the way we do it. We don't say if we hire a construction company, we don't say if you hire a new principal in your construction firm, we want to change your contract. We don't say that when we hire a software company. We don't say that with any vendor. It's just getting into the vendor's business too much. Yes, the board attorney would come to us in closed session or even open, whichever applies, and say, hey, we have a new person, this is who they are, we want to introduce them to you. But that's normal professional business, and I would prefer to stick with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So let me clarify what I'm asking. I don't mind and don't object to adding more expertise to our legal firm. I do take issue when we lose a significant portion of the areas that they promised us. And that is my only point on that. And I did want to just ask, Mr. Anderson a question, that if a general contract, if we have a general contractor, like, on a construction job, and they hire subs, they have to submit paperwork on each sub, correct? And when they change subs, they have to let us know that we're changing subs?
So we would have them list their major subs, so that you see we list plumbing, electrical, mechanical, site civil. And then if there was a change for whatever reason, they would have to submit justification for that change along with the credentials of the replacement company.
Correct, and that's what I'm asking. So that we know that the replacement people are comparable to what we hired. And that's all that I'm asking with this legal firm. And however we have to write that in is up to you as our, guider on that, and our legal counsel can give us guidance on that. That's my only point, because we already are doing something very, very similar.
Barnhart?
I just wonder if we're already covered on our own policy, because I believe it's 6120, I could be wrong on the number, but we are allowed to name multiple entities to work with as far as the legal field goes. So in the event that we hire a firm and we want a specialized interest in a certain area, we have the right as the board to do that. So that, I hear your concern, and I believe that we're already covered in policy. I could be mistaken. If once guidance wants to be given from our attorney, then I'm happy to do that.
But it should be in our contract as well as in our policy.
Why?
Because that's how we operate.
Our policy is how we operate.
Ms. Walker?
Yeah, I'll try not to keep that stretch, because I couldn't put my finger, thank you, be careful now, exactly what I was trying to say the last time. I think that we are being presented with proposals that have particular names on it, and I understand that. I think it is fair that if there are new people that are working with us, we should at least be told, and maybe the point is the billing should be a lot clearer. I don't know if that's exactly what you're trying to say. But it is good to know. I mean, because you are given a proposal, and that's one of the reasons I asked about the name on one of them, because that person wasn't here and they were one of the main names on there. So I don't know, it's just good to know who is working for us and what their specialties are. And there was one firm that did talk about how they might add more. I mean, I would like to know that, who they are, and because we've had the chance to sit here and talk to people and vet with them and ask them questions, but we have not had to do that if new people come in. So I understand the point of that. I don't know how you would word that in there, but maybe there should be a clause about if there's significant changes to the firm.
Significant loss of contractual promises, something like that.
Yeah.
Like if we're changing in the electrical company, then we want to make sure that electrical company can provide the exact same services or better than the one we hired. And it should be the same with our law firm. And we currently don't know who all the initials are, even though I've asked.
Ms. Grabo, would you go ahead and succinctly tell me what your motion is one more time, and we'll vote on it?
Okay, before I do the motion again, it's my understanding that we aren't adopting this, right? Or that, because I thought I heard Ms. Bradford say she doesn't want it at all.
No, I didn't think we were adopting it tonight. She was asking for feedback on it. So I'm not prepared to vote on accepting it or not accepting it.
So then do I need to make a motion to change the contract? Or can we just give her guidance and have her come back? Because Ms. Bradford is obviously going to be giving some guidance from what she has compared. So, how do we do that? Do we want each of us to give her guidance, or are we going to bring it back at the next meeting?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
What if we sent our guidance to you, and then you dealt with it if you are our chairperson?
That would be fine. Why don't we do that, and I'll call Ms. Sutton, and we can work on it together with legal.
Then I will withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Okay. We will continue on. There was getting ahead of myself. Beginning teacher support, Dr. Barnes. Thank you, sir. Oh, one thing before you start, Ms. Sutton, there has been a question. I would imagine, since we're going to be voting next week, we'll be able to keep the packets between now and then, correct? Okay, the board members had asked that, yes.
Good evening, board. Good evening.
Are these shareable, since they've been presented out loud?
I think so, yes.
Okay,
Yes, I would think so, yes. Yes.
thank you.
Back to Dr. Barnes.
That's right. I'm going to serve as your palate cleanser this evening. This is all 100% good news, so we'll be happy to hear. I wanted to share with you the success of our beginning teacher support program. It's been a cornerstone in fostering the next generation of educators for New Hanover County Schools. On a 5-year cycle aligned with the North Carolina State Board policy, we do a beginning teacher support audit from the state, and we just recently completed our monitoring visit in March, and I wanted to share some of the results with you. DPI commended several aspects of our beginning teacher support program. They highlighted the comprehensive beginning teacher orientation. They also recognized the orientation breakout sessions offered diverse topics to provide a well-rounded foundation for new teachers. They also recognized the strength of our classroom presence and our support system. All of our beginning teachers receive ongoing, non-evaluative feedback from a dedicated team of mentors, BT support specialists, and peers. And it's a more supportive environment that allows them to experiment, refine their skills, and grow with confidence. We do needs assessment and survey data drive our targeted professional development plan, ensuring that the training that beginning teachers receive is directly applicable to their classroom needs. They get monthly training options with choices, and our BT support specialists ensure implementation through follow-up and guided observations. These are all areas that the NCDPI monitoring team highly praised New Hanover County Schools, and in their final evaluation, we were given a distinguished rating, the highest mark, in 7 out of the 10 areas that they reviewed. Additionally, they put us on the exemplar list for beginning teacher support for the state so that other districts can come and monitor what we're doing in their own districts as well. We acknowledge there are a couple of areas for growth. We're refining the mentor selection process and working with principals to implement stricter timelines for professional development plans and evaluations. But in conclusion, our beginning teacher support program empowers our new educators by helping them develop skills and fostering a supportive environment. I want to throw a little bit of data at you. Most national research shows that between 44 and 50% of new teachers leave the profession within 5 years. And in the last 3 years, our beginning teacher support program has retained between 85 to 91% of our teachers return for the next school year. So that alone shows the strength of this program. I know that we've got Beth Weddington, Katie Fink, and Andrea Rains are our beginning teacher support programs, and they work tirelessly with new teachers, helping them get better at their job. So just want to make sure you knew that that audit had passed successfully.
And I just want to say it, I'm going to let everybody say something, but I want to say congratulations to everyone involved. You know, I can only echo what you said. I think it's so important to get those young folks that are starting out in the teaching profession supported and you know, enjoying what they're doing. And I have seen too many that you know spend a year in there and say, there's the door, I'm going to go find something better to do and make more money doing it. So
correct.
Thank you to everyone involved. Ms. Craybill.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, that's always wonderful to hear. I am wondering if our distinguished rating and making the exemplar list was based on the current staffing that we have now, and if there was any comments if we were to change that staffing, would we still be distinguished and on the exemplar list?
Well, in working with our beginning teacher support team, which is all funded through Title II, we have worked at their own request to keep as many of those staff members who are directly tied to teachers still doing that work.
Thank you.
Ms. Mason, then Ms. Becker.
I'm really good with seeing things on paper. Is there a way for us to see like the results of this audit? Like, do you have paper copies or email copies that we can see?
Sure. What I'll do is when we get the final copy delivered to us, I'll put it into the board memo so you guys can have a copy of it.
Thank you.
Bradford?
And I'm just following up on that. Can you send that to all the media outlets as well?
Sure. Anytime you would like. Yes, we certainly can.
That would be lovely.
Really, it's been really good work for them to do, so we would be more than happy to do that. I'll work with Sal to make sure that happens.
Awesome. Great. Well, again, congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Sir. Thank you. That's good news. I like good news. Parents' Bill of Rights.
Hello. So we were asked to provide an update with some guiding questions on the Parent Bill of Rights. So what I want to do is kind of just everything basically is on the website, but I will highlight some of the procedures and processes. And I will start with the first question or section, and I'm referencing the attachment of the questions that we were provided as guidance questions. The first section basically talks about the parents' legal rights. And I want to walk you through on the website where you can find the answer to this and all of the other rights, because the website, we've tried to make it as parent-friendly as possible. If you will recall, the state does not require this to be done until later, but the board decided to have it done earlier. I say that to say our template does look different than some of the state templates, because the state just provided their template maybe a couple of months ago. So please keep that in mind. So for the first one is the right to consent or withhold participation in the reproductive health. So what you would do is you would click on the Parent Guide to Student Achievement. And she's walking you through this.
So how do you get to that page?
It is on our website under student families and quick links. Up here, if you look right up here, she's going to guide you through it, because I want everybody to, she's going to guide you through how you get there.
I just can't see that with the light.
Okay, yeah, that light is dim. Okay. So students and families, Parent Bill of Rights, and it's also on the quick links.
Got it?
Okay. So for this particular right, you would click on Parent Guide to Student Achievement. And this is what is your student learning. So then you would click on that. You would go down to Family Life homepage. Scroll to the bottom of the page. And we can look at elementary. And you will see there, we have the pacing guides for parents to see. We have the videos, we have the slides, we have the workbooks, the teachers. We have everything on this page for parents to see about this content. I'm going to bring your attention to the permission slip. If you'll click on the permission slip.
Where is it?
If you go right here,
See it?
growth and changes, permission slip,
Right after
form.
video in Spanish, yeah.
Okay? So here, you clearly can see you cannot participate in this without a written consent from your parent. So I guess what I want our parents to know and the board to know, we have gone over and beyond to put things on this website. We put a lot of information that was not necessary, but we're trying to be as transparent as possible for our parents. That is one example of the rights. You can also go into a parent's right to know, and you can get a lot of this information as well. So what I want to see, if anybody has any questions about Section 1 or where we should be able to find something. If not, what I want to do is I want to talk about Question 2 and how will we be sharing this information with our parents. So we've already shared the information. We just did a Connect Ed recently. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So for people who are listening that want to follow along, they can pull this document up because it's in our attachments for the board, the general board meeting. No, it's...
No.
it's on
They
the
can go
website.
to our website.
No, but I'm talking about the questions that you're
Yes,
going
ma'am.
through.
They can.
That document is it on the board agenda or is it today?
It's on today's.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. Yeah. So what I want to talk about with Section 2 is two main things. First of all, our Parent Guide to Student Achievement is what we were just looking at. That tells you everything that is going on in the school system academically and even then some. How will we make sure our parents know about this even more as required by state law? We've already shared this, But we have the obligation to make sure that all of our parents see this and are given this information the first days of school. So what we're going to do is follow the state's model, and the state basically is going to survey districts and have them attest that they've done these things. So we're going to have the district it's on the district website, but we're going to have a banner to say, hey, here's the Parent Bill of Rights. The schools will have it on their page as well. The schools will also include it in a welcome back letter or information. We're also going to work with Parent Academy and ask them to provide and educate our parents on this. And then to make sure that documentation is done, we will be surveying our principals with these bullet points and attesting that they have done all of this information. So that is our plan, which is, it aligns to what the state requires us to do. They're going to have us attest and survey that we've done things. So we're going to follow that model for this component. The other thing that I wanted to bring your attention to, and that is question 3. How are we following the law for parent requests? And we have Qualtrics, if you will remember. Ms. Brinson showed you that we actually have a system. Can you go, Mrs. Baggy, and go to, so you have 2 bullets there. You have one for information and one for help. I will tell you at this point in time, we have not received any requests for help. We have a few that we have received for information. They have an average time of being closed in 13 hours. So if you'll click on that, and I don't know if you'll be able to see anything, but it kind of gives you the information, and it tells parents that these things are on a timeline, that we have to address them an issue, and it walks them through that portal. Yes?
Mr. Chair, I was just curious, and I don't know if this needs to be a directive, but I know that we've updated some policies and just expectations and things, and the board had previously adopted some curriculum. I think it's prudent for us to make sure we're reevaluating the curriculum and making sure that it goes in effect with all of our policies that we've updated and passed. So I don't know if how often that happens, but I think that can very easily be a directive just to read.
Well, any curriculum.
Whenever we're adopting policy, whenever we're adopting curriculum, make sure that it provides that policy.
Right, but I know we adopted curriculum last year, and there's been a couple different policy changes, and so if there's anything in the curriculum that we've adopted that we might say, this might not go with some of the policies now, to change some of the things, and that might come from some of the parent requests and looking at and reevaluating some of these new policies. So, like I said, I don't know if that needs to be a motion or.
Well, let me just share that our curriculum that we adopted follows state and district policy and standards. So we cannot adopt anything that, for example, one of the things I was going to highlight is about curriculum that does not teach sexuality and things of that nature. That is not something that we've done before, nor are we doing now. So our curriculum, we teach the standards, so the teachers have to teach the standards. So what we do is we, as you know, have PLCs and things of the nature where we plan with teachers, we provide them the curriculum that we do, because we know that we don't have those items in our curriculum, but we also have to do such things as walkthroughs and observations to make sure that we don't have people who maybe have some misguidance or did not understand. So as far as having a policy match the curriculum, we have to by state law. So because the state's policies we have to follow, so even if ours were to change, we've got to follow the state's policy, and they wouldn't allow that, if that answers your question.
Dr.
Faison, under forms, am I correct in assuming that only parents of students or parents, guardians, of a student in the school system can fill out these forms? We can't just have like Joe community members say reconsideration for the material that's being used in our schools.
So what we have in, Ms. Brinson, if I misspeak, please correct me, but what we have with this is you have to put your student ID and student information in, am I correct?
You do for the request for information and the parent health concerns, but the request for reconsideration form, you do not. That is the form that we have been using, that we will be updated when we update it, but we do follow the policy, and the policy says it has to be students or parents.
That's what I thought. Okay, just wanted that to be
And that policy
clear.
will be coming back, thank you, that policy will be coming back to the policy committee. Ms. Mason and I are actually working with Mr. Vogel on that as well. And it is, you have to be tied to the district for that.
With a student in the school, not just
Student in the
tied
school.
because you live here.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Ms. Mason.
In regards to the forms that are there, is it possible, feasible, whatever, to also include the family life form under there so it's accessible? Additionally, in looking through the website, the student survey bubble is pretty small. When you click on it, there's not a lot to it. And I know in policy you need parental permission. Is there a form that we could develop for parents to do so, or thoughts on that?
So the student surveys, depending upon any surveys that are approved by the board, which they would have to be, unless they belong to the CDC risk surveys like youth risk or tobacco, they would have to be announced at the beginning of every school year for participation. And each of those surveys, if board approved or if determined, would have their own permission form to be specific to the topic of the survey. So there's not a generic one, so that it's actually way more specific to what the survey would ask.
But would it then be added to this? Would it get its own little bubble here?
Yes, if it was, if a survey was determined to be adopted and added to that list, then it would be included there for parents to find it for ease of access.
And to follow up what Ms. Mason's other question was, to add the family life there for approval on the screen. Is that just right under forms? You've got room. You got 3 there, and you could add one easily.
The only reason why, and we can do that, we were trying to make sure parents had all of the information before they fill that form out. So we wanted them to go to the site to get all of that information and not just put a form up, to be sure that parents really understood what they were signing up for. But we can do that. I just wanted you to keep that in mind. That's why we did not put that form there. We wanted it with all of the slides, all of the information, so our parents were more, say, forced to look and see if it's right for my child.
Can we then cross-reference each one with a link? The link goes to here, and the link goes back to there, so that they can, click back and forth in between them? That would be relatively easy in terms of website.
And you could probably add items that would require consent that show the information and the form right there in that same section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I guess if I'm understanding, we would put the entire family page website just on that page, because it's all of those items. Yeah, exactly,
Just a
exactly,
link,
exactly.
so that they know there's more, depending on which one they get to, it would cross-link them. You guys are on here all the time, and you've worked on it, but even just doing it now, it's a little, new, and, parents are busy, and they may have a language barrier, although I see some of this is in Spanish, which is wonderful. So I'm just trying to make it as easy as possible for them to navigate it.
Thank you for that feedback. And I will just say one more thing I want you guys to know is that we will have to report out the reporting actually the 15th, but DPI will be providing us the process. I actually have training in a couple of weeks on the process, and they will be providing us with the template in June, because as you know, we're required to report out from the request for information and the parent request. So just wanted you to be aware of that. And I'll turn it over to Mrs.
So the carrying on through those questions, section 4 through 8, just except for number 6, because number 6 refers back to age-appropriate instruction for kindergarten through fourth grade. And as Dr. Faison mentioned, that falls in the Guide to Student Achievement. So 4, 5, 7, and 8 are mainly related to student physical and mental health, student services training, remedies regarding concerns for student physical and mental health procedures or processes, and then the parental right to opt in to protected information surveys. All of that information has been kind of collapsed into one standard operating procedure for our staff. And that has been disseminated to our student support staff, so that includes counselors, social workers, any other school health staff, and to administrators, and that guides them through that process should some of these situations occur, such as a student is expressing interest in making decisions about their own health or well-being, their own mental health, whether it's gender identity, and really guiding staff in how to support students in having that conversation with their legal guardian, their parent. And so that is a standalone standard operating procedure for staff to be able to follow that guides them through that. And that was provided for you in board memo. And then, so I think that answers the majority of those, but to also clarify, the information is on the website in a few different places. And for example, thank you, I'll use this one. For example, Ms. Baggy is so good. So you can see parent notifications regarding student physical and mental health here on the website. It guides parents through understanding how they can communicate any concern about a procedure or policy that's implemented. And then as you move through, you've got the 2 white boxes, if you can scroll. You've got opportunity if a student says, well, I want to use a different name or pronoun, then this is where that documentation exists, that before that happens, even in casual use or just in dialogue, so we don't change student records without absolutely formal means of changing student records. A student can't say, I now go by this name and now my student record should reflect that. That isn't how student records work. But if a student says, well, I would like to be called this name or this is my preferred pronoun, it has been expressed to staff that that is no different than seeking a parent permission for a student to participate in athletics or parent permission for a student to participate in a field trip. That requires parent permission. Now the law does say that we should notify parents. We go a step further than, we'll notify you, of course, that this is what your child is seeking, but before we make a change in how we communicate with your child, we want your permission. So that's that additional step. The next one, and you see white lettering under the 2 white boxes, student support services training. This is an example of required training by the Department of Public Instruction that is specific to state board policy and general statute with regard to our mental health plan. And so because these are the required trainings, this is what we have linked here. That's our district's plan for the required trainings. And yes, this is, the Parents' Bill of Rights is a very detailed piece of legislation, so there's a lot of information, and everything can't exist on one cover page. So it is very embedded, but with logic in where things fit together. But of course, and Ms. Baggy has been like right there with us along the way in trying to organize this in ways that seem sensible to parents. But again, like Ms. Bradford said, we look at this much more often, and we're gonna know which things come next. But feedback from families is always appreciated on how they can find this information to be helpful. But don't ever forget the search button on our website. So keywords are always, and Ms. Baggy is pointing to it right there, the search box, so you can always put information in. The other thing I want to mention, there was one question toward the bottom. You want me to go quickly? You have something?
You have like 4 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on a roll here.
I see that. I've learned many years ago, not in your way.
Do you want me to keep? Okay, I'm going to keep going. And then I'll entertain any questions you have, Mr. Wildemore. I'm sorry. There's a question after the set of numbered questions. The Fairness in Women's Sports Act. There were questions added to the end of this, and I want to offer some clarifications. So do we require parents to certify the student's sex based solely on reproductive biology. So a couple of different things are what we monitor. First of all, the sex assigned at birth is identified on sports physicals on the pre-participation evaluation form that is signed by the parent, that is also used for the physical, that is signed by the physician prior to a student being able to participate. Those are also matched with the gender that has been designated in Power School that is consistent with the birth certificate. And if there is a mismatch in that, then that is reconciled before the student participates in athletics, and it's based on that reproductive sex or biological sex. So I did want to make that clarification for you. And that is monitored by our athletic directors as they monitor student eligibility for sports.
I'm going to back up a little bit. My question, and this came from when we were at the NCSBA conference, they were talking about the implementation piece as far as asking questions from, because oftentimes our counselors will ask kind of generic questions of our students, and when is that switch over from talking to our students and checking on them to becoming a mental health questionnaire? And so how are we guiding our staff on ensuring that we're checking on our kids, keeping accountable, but not crossing that boundary of doing an oral questionnaire and not notifying the parents? So if you could speak to that.
Yes, so all of our staff, of course, are reminded and have to maintain a connection to their code of ethics that match their licensure areas. So one, you cannot be assessing or evaluating a student without parent permission. But you know, that exists similarly, that exists in the world of education too, and in special education. So you can't just have a school psychologist walk into a classroom and start asking a student questions about how much skill they have in any area without parent permission. So we train on that pretty consistently. You know, this is where you are having dialogue and checking in on a student. This is where you are creating an assessment that would then require your professional judgment and analysis.
Okay.
And that's on the other side of the coin. That would require parent permission. And then also being really careful that we aren't auditorily or just verbally surveying students for any kind of data collection that didn't give the parent the opportunity, because surveying students doesn't have to be surveying writing. It can be collecting information that's then going to be used, or information of a private nature.
Thank you. That's what I wanted clarity on. Thank you.
Board members, I just want to point out we are right at 6 o'clock right now, so we are at our 4-hour limit. We could go ahead and finish this conversation and move the report card and the committee reports and the rest of the closed session to, because we seem to have a lot of extra time, some extra time, never say that, Pete. Some extra time for next Tuesday's meeting. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah, I make a motion to postpone the
Rest of the discussions?
delay the rest of this meeting.
I don't want to, let's finish.
Are we stopping at D? Okay.
Okay, we have a motion
To postpone
to
F,
postpone
second and section.
everything, including the closed session next week, the first and second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just had one question. Are we going to
We're gonna
put it
finish
at
this
the end? No, I know that. I'm sorry. I'm asking about the stopping. We're going to put the rest of it on the end of our next meeting?
Yes.
To the very
Except
end?
It could go under old business because we're,
Well, committee reports can go under committee reports,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Yeah, right. The only thing is, the K-2 report card, that would be new business, I guess, wouldn't it? Just information, okay.
It's five, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, to me.
Yeah. I'll be done. It's just really.
And I've looked at it already.
Report
The
card,
report card.
the teachers, I just wanted to let you
Might
guys.
as well get it over.
Okay, let's get that done.
Can I ask one more question before we come off of this discussion? In number 9, letter C, question number 2. Okay, the question says, well, I labeled fairness in women's sports number 9 because it appeared that it was a separate category.
Okay,
Sorry. So we don't have any intramural sports, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's not an issue. But on the C number 2, where it says, are there any males, boys, based on the student's reproductive biology, who have played or are currently playing? are we actually going back and looking to see what we have done in the past and making some sort of list that we are holding people accountable to?
So the answer.
Hypothetically, yeah.
Well, the answer is no. We do not have students currently playing on teams that are inconsistent with the requirements
Right.
under the Parents' Bill of Rights or the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. And any athletics governed by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association under different rules, I have not gone back to examine any of those in the past. But what we consistently do right now, in accordance with our policy and in accordance with the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, is monitoring athletic eligibility to be consistent with the sexual, the biological sex of the athlete.
But the law doesn't require us to go back and see what we have done.
No, and that's not a current practice.
Okay, well, I just put, it's in these questions, so I wanted
Okay.
to make sure that we were all clear that we don't do that, and we're not going to do that, and we're not required to do that.
We're monitoring eligibility now.
Eligibility now based on the new law and Parent Bill of Rights. Okay.
Ms. Bradford?
We talked on Tuesday about the transfer students, so would you just address that?
Oh, that, you're talking about me. So the kind of the fine details of this is, and that's why I wanted to bring up the additional point. So is it possible that a student can transfer in with an updated or revised birth certificate that is a change from the gender, the sexual gender or sexual biology, reproductive biology determined at birth? So there are some situations where students are born with both sets of reproductive organs and a determination is made. So that's true medically. But another situation would be if a student or a parent has petitioned officially, for example, before a court or for a judge's determination on the change of the sexual gender. So that's why for us, with regard to athletic eligibility, the students' pre-participation or sports physical is essential for us in compliance because that asks the designation at birth. It then does ask another question on how a student identifies, but the designation at birth is the determinant, and then that is signed by the parent, and then that is used as a part of the sports physical that is signed by a physician. And then if there is a mismatch between that and the gender identity or the gender identified in Power School, then that's when there's a discussion on eligibility. And that has not happened.
That being the transfers are in Power School at that point, though? Transfer in students?
Yes, so a student who transfers in and that birth certificate, a gender would be determined based on the birth certificate in Power School. And if the sports physical it doesn't align with that, then that's when we would investigate further to determine compliance with the law.
And we do have a motion and a second on the table that we do need to address, and that is to move all the rest of the business except for now the K2 report card to next week. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No, I thought we decided we were going to go through it in 5 minutes.
We were going to go through the report card.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We're going to keep
Yes.
the report card.
Yes, okay, so.
Mr. Chair, I was looking at the next week's, it doesn't have a slot for the committee report, so I guess we just got to add that in.
Or we just put it as old business.
It has to change it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so that
I
passes
will-
7-0, and you have 4.5 minutes. Go.
I'm going to take 3.5. No. I just wanted to make the board aware that in listening to our teachers, we've been working on this for about 2 years now, revised our K2 report card. And there were 3 reasons that was done. Teachers wanted to make it, provide a clear standards for parents to understand. remove any duplicates we had, and to address the pacing concepts. So, as well as to talk to Power School. So this report card we had before, which you see the old and the new, did not talk to Power School. So our teachers had to do a number of things to get that report card completed for their students. And we have displayed, and I won't go through it, the timeline that we have been working on to get this done. So as you can see, teachers and principals were integral part of this process. And like I said, this is something we've been working on for a while because we had to make sure first we got it right. It talked to Power School, and we wanted to make sure that since the teachers asked for something, we gave them what they wanted. So we also collected their feedback. I want to point out that we do have a couple of schools right now piloting the software behind the scenes. So the parents are still going to get the report card they've been seeing, but the teachers are actually using that software to make sure, are there any issues before we roll it out in July for our restart schools and in August for our traditional schools. So if you have the opportunity to talk to a K-2 teacher, ask them about this, they would love, I'm sure, to share because they're very excited. We have about 300 K-2 teachers, and we had 150 fill out this survey, and we have a number of them to be a part of this process. So I hope I didn't go too fast on that, but okay.
Any questions? I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Everyone stay. Okay, we're adjourned.